Chapter 1163. You're here. As soon as Linley entered Xiaolong's area, Xiaolong, who had been meditating on the surface of the lake, suddenly opened his eyes and looked in Linley's direction. His voice was calm. Judging from the little dragon's words, it seemed to know that he was coming. Yes, I'm here, but you can take a guess. If you guess correctly, there will be a prize for me. As he spoke, his silhouette flickered as he arrived at the shore and sat down. There was an additional table before the new year, and there was also a pot of boiling water on the table. Yo, where did the great sage Lin, who only likes to drink, go? What's wrong with you today? You're drinking tea. Lin Ray was speechless. Ignoring the little dragon, he began to brew the tea. His movements were gentle and smooth, without the slightest sense of unfamiliarity. The whole scene was so beautiful that one couldn't help but be drawn into it. Lin Ray was like that, and even the little dragon was drawn into it. But the moment he was drawn into it, the little dragon came to his senses and was shocked. He knew very well that there were only a handful of people in the entire holy world who could draw him into it without him noticing. Of course, perhaps it was because he was familiar with Lin Ray and didn't take him away, but more importantly, it was because of Lin Ray's ability. You're not going to guess? The little dragon was stunned. Lin Ray's hand paused, and he looked up at the little dragon. His face was still as ordinary as before. If that's the case, I'll say it. But forget about the reward. With that, Lin Ray lowered his head again and continued what he hadn't finished before. This time, I came to find you because there are 4 things I want to ask you. The little dragon's words and actions made the little dragon frown. He couldn't help but take a step back. His body tensed up and he became vigilant. If Li Ming was still the same as before, perhaps he would not be like this. But now, Li Ming's behavior could be said to be a 360-degree change from before. This made him feel scared, and he had a feeling that something bad was about to happen. Since you're still not saying anything, then I'll take it as you've agreed. He smiled slightly, and before the little dragon could speak, he began to slowly recite the 4 things that he had just mentioned. Don't worry. What this sovereign is going to say should be very simple for you. Otherwise, this sovereign wouldn't have come looking for you. Let's cut to the chase. You should know the first thing. My daughter is cultivating the profound heavenly eye strength. Now that she has entered the holy world, you said that there is something in the scripture depository that can save my daughter. Although you said that there is something in the scripture depository, there are millions of books in the scripture depository. With my strength, let alone 3 years, even 30 years won't be easy for me to find. Therefore, I would like to ask you to give me some face and help me search. Don't say anything first. It's not too late for you to speak after I'm done talking. As soon as the little dragon said, Lin Ray cut him off mercilessly. He ignored whether the little dragon was angry or not. He continued, the second thing is about this sovereign's cultivation. Now that I've become a saint, the difficulty of cultivation has increased drastically. Let alone everything else, just my cultivation speed is several dozen times slower than when I was in the God world. After entering the saint's world, this sovereign has cultivated. Regular secluded cultivation is useless to this sovereign now. It's just like quenching one's thirst by looking at plums. What do you want? Finally, the little dragon could not help but ask. Although he was very annoyed by Lin Ray's words, he realized the severity of the matter when he heard Lin Ray's words. Yes, as the sovereign of Hongming, coupled with the chaotic heavenly scripture and the body of a saint, any one of them was enough to make the entire saint's world go crazy. Now that so much attention had been given to him, it had become a burden instead. If he cultivated normally, he might not be able to reach the peak of the saint's world in several 100,000 years, let alone 10,000 years. I want to train in the saint's world. Now that the saint's world is different from the God world, there might be some sects or sacred grounds here that have things that can help me break through. So I plan to go to a sect and have them pay their respects or directly join them. It won't be too late for me to leave once I find something suitable for my breakthrough. Therefore, this was the 3rd thing that he wanted to talk about. Oh, what do you mean? The little dragon was rather puzzled. The 3rd thing is love. I plan to leave the Xuanzong sect and go to the saint's world to find opportunities that belong to me. As you can see, I'm really worried about leaving the Xuanzong sect now. So I want you to set up a few restrictions and barriers so that no one can leave before they break through to the Saint Realm. More importantly, you can't let anyone other than the Xuanzong sect enter the Xuanzong sect. I see. The little dragon nodded with a look of understanding. It turned out that he had been waiting for this for so long. The fourth matter is regarding the Thunder Flame. Now that the Thunder Flame is with me, and, as you said, the Thunder Flame is of no use to me, so I would like to ask you to replace me and help Yin refine the Thunder Flame. With Yin Er's current cultivation, you might be able to enter the great perfection ultimate God realm in one go after refining the Thunder Flame. He'll be one step closer to entering the Saint's world. This way, he'll have more ability to survive in the Saint's world, and he won't need my help as much. After saying the four things, he raised his head and looked at the little dragon expectantly. He hoped that the little dragon would agree. These four things were very simple to him. Although the third thing might weaken the little dragon a little, he had too little time left. He had to seize every minute and second that came next. Quietly, he raised his head and looked at the little dragon with determination and expectation, waiting for his decision. Time passed by minute by minute. With every minute that passed, Lin Rei's heart became more anxious. He was afraid that the little dragon wouldn't agree. I agree. I agree to help you with the four things you just said. The little dragon suddenly said. The little dragon's words came out of nowhere. Lin Rei couldn't react in time and asked for confirmation. What you? You agree? Sigh. The little dragon couldn't help but roll his eyes at Lin Rei's actions. Then he nodded and said, I heard you clearly this time. I said, I agree to what you said just now. I'll help you find a way to cure your daughter. I'll help you set up the forbidden barrier in the Xuanzong sect. I'll even help your son refine the Thunder Flame. So, you can focus on finding a way to break through. As for these trivial matters, just leave them to me. This time, the little dragon spoke very slowly. Every word entered Lin Rei's ears. And this time, he also heard it clearly. That's great. Thank you so much, little dragon. If it weren't for you, what would I do? Lin Rei said excitedly. Oh, you're not the sovereign anymore? Lin Rei was happy, but the little dragon wasn't. Thinking about how Lin Rei had called him sovereign just now, he felt sour and uncomfortable. The little dragon's words made Lin Rei feel a little awkward. Thinking about his attitude just now, it was indeed a little inappropriate. Okay. Lin Rei was about to explain, but he was stopped by Lin Rei. I understand what you mean. Don't worry, I'll definitely do what I promised you. But the first thing will be a little slow. After all, you also know that there are many books in the Scripture Pavilion. Now that the system has changed, there should be a lot more books in the Scripture Pavilion. But the other things can be done in a short time. However, when I finish setting up the Forbidden Barrier, I'll be very weak. At that time, I'll need your help to find the soul-nourishing fire. Only after I get the soul-nourishing fire can I recover quickly. Don't worry. Lin Rei understood and quickly nodded in agreement. Don't worry. As long as there's something like the soul-nourishing fire in this world, I'll definitely find it for you. Okay, then go. Now that you've set your goal, you naturally have to start running around. You can't be like before. Now that we're in the Holy Realm, you can endure everything. When you're really strong, so strong that your name can intimidate all the saints, it won't be too late to revert to your original nature. I understand. If that's the case, then I'll go. After saying that, Lin Rei's figure retreated and disappeared from the system, returning to the main hall of the Xuanzong sect. Why did you ask me to help Lin Rei? Didn't we discuss it before? From now on, let him roam the world alone. This way, he can become a real powerhouse and not a piece of trash under the protection of the two of us. The moment Lin Rei left, the little dragon looked up at the sky and asked in confusion, "But why are you doing this now?" Ruo Lin Rei was there, so he definitely knew who the little dragon was talking to. Yes, you said it yourself. That's when you're roaming the world. You're right, but do you think that with the host's current cultivation, you have the ability to help Lin Yin refine the Thunder Flame? As for the matter of setting up the barrier for the Xuanzong sect, you have to understand that the Xuanzong sect is Lin Rei's mission. At the same time, it's also a mission that the two of us need to protect. If this mission is gone, then how can he possibly complete it? The system's words left the little dragons speechless. Indeed, the system was right. Okay, this matter will be as I said before. Help him complete everything he wants to do. As for the rest, leave it to him. Although we can't help much with cultivation, as you said, there's no need for him to personally deal with trivial matters. I think you're just spoiling Lin Ray and don't want to make things difficult for him. Once these words were said, the entire room became silent. No one spoke. In the Xuanzong Sect's main hall, Lin Ray was sitting in the center of the hall. In front of him was the tea set that he used in the system. He picked up a steaming cup of tea that emitted a rich tea aroma and placed it next to his mouth. He took a sip and closed his eyes to carefully taste it. His face was filled with a relaxed smile. TSK, TSK, good tea. When he opened his eyes, a bright light flashed through them. He waved his hand and connected with the system with his divine sense, releasing all the Xuanzong Sect disciples. Suddenly, the hall, which was originally empty apart from Lin Ray, was filled with people. Not only inside the hall, but outside the hall was also a vast sea of people. The scene was truly shocking. Plop! We Xuanzong Sect disciples pay our respects to the sect master. Their voices were uniform. The scene was shocking. Their voices were so loud that it seemed to break through the 9 heavens. Lin Ray wasn't disgusted by this kind of shocking voice. On the contrary, he was very gratified by their existence. You didn't disappoint me. I thought that you would be slacking off more or less after following my son. Or perhaps you would be estranged from me. It seems that I was overthinking. Of course, Lin Ray was joking. This sect would be passed to him sooner or later. We wouldn't dare. Although Lin Ray was joking, they didn't think that it was a joke. Cold sweat instantly spread all over their bodies. They lay on the ground and didn't dare to raise their heads. They were afraid that their actions would make Lin Ray unhappy. Everyone's actions made Lin Ray even more satisfied. Now that the joke was over, looking at the sea of people, his original smile disappeared. The invisible aura of a superior instantly appeared and swept through the entire hall. Now, this is the headquarters of our Xuanzong Sect in the Saint World. Now that you've entered the Saint World, you can't wait here like before. You need to be careful. Bai Qi and Dianwei aren't in the Saint World, so the War Division and Assassination Division naturally lack a leader. As a result, where are the War Division and Assassination Division? Swish, swish, swish. With Lin Ray's words, the inconspicuous people in the various corners of the crowd immediately charged out. They arrived before everyone and knelt down on one knee, saying politely, "All members of the War Division and Assassination Division await the Sect Master's orders." The moment the 2 divisions appeared, the killing intent in the hall immediately reached its peak. The temperature of the entire hall suddenly plummeted. The frost that could be vaguely seen on the surrounding stone pillars and ground shocked everyone. Not bad. Lin Ray felt very gratified when he saw over 3,000 members of the Assassination Division and War Division. They were the tentacles of the entire Xuanzong Sect, as well as the trump card of the Xuanzong Sect. The War Division was responsible for waging war against the outside world. As for the Assassination Division, it was responsible for assassinating those who disobeyed the Xuanzong Sect. The 2 divisions originally had over 10,000 members, but after Bai Qi and Jian Wei's elimination system, they were reduced to just over 4,000. Now, there are only 3,000 of them left. The remaining few hundred were placed beside Bai Qi and Jian Wei. After all, the 2 of them could not do everything in the God's world. Looking at these people in front of him, Linley's expression was filled with admiration. Among them, the weakest was a middle-stage God Emperor, while the strongest was a late-stage hierarch. Such a powerful team was something that even the sacred world could not nurture. It was impossible for such an orderly team to be formed. Even though there were many godly venerables in the Saint world, who else could have a team as well-coordinated as theirs? From today onwards, Ming will be in charge of the War Division, and Hong Lian will be in charge of the Assassination Division. From now on, the 2 divisions will be stationed in the Heavenly Slaughter Hall and the Earth Fiend Hall. Chapter 1164. Come out. I knew you guys were here. What's the point of hiding? He raised his head and looked outside the hall. Hearing Lin Ray's words, everyone started talking. Lin Ray looked outside, but he couldn't see anything. Whoosh! Just as the crowd was about to turn their heads when they realized that there was no one there, several figures flashed and instantly appeared in the hall. Plop! Greetings, Sect Master. I just sensed a powerful aura in the sect, so I came to check. I didn't expect it to be you, young master. They looked at Lin Ray and didn't continue speaking. They lowered their heads in silence. Since you're here, then come. You should have heard what I said just now. We heard. Well, since that's the case, I'll leave the Assassination Division and Combat Division to you guys. You have to understand that these two divisions are the core of the sect. You have a long way to go, so I'll leave the matter of guarding the sect to you too. Hearing this, Hong Lian and Hong Lian were startled. Then, they turned around and said with determination, "We definitely won't let young master down. We'll definitely guard the sect well. Please rest assured, Sect Master." Well, get up first. Lin Ray knew their cultivation very well. Although Hong Lian had some conflicts in the mysterious Sky Sect, he didn't care too much about it after Hong Lian returned to the sect. Yes, the two got up. Lin Ray ignored them. As for the members of the Assassination Division and Combat Division, they all stood behind their respective leaders and silently watched everything in front of them. Information Division, your leader needs to change. Lin Tian was in charge of the Divine Secrets Pavilion. I believe he'll do a good job as the head of the Information Division. Since that's the case, go work under Lin Tian in the Mystic Peak Palace. You'll be the eyes of the entire sect. In the future, the sect's information will depend on you. Plop! The scene was the same as before. All the members of the Information Department knelt on the ground and bowed to Lin Ray, then pushed to the side. As for Lin Tian, because his cultivation was not high enough, he did not come. The person who had sensed the powerful aura was none other than the warlord that Lin Ray had summoned. Their cultivation was 3 levels higher than Lin Ray's. As saints at great perfection, they could naturally sense the sudden appearance of the disciples of the Xuanzong sect in the sect. As for Qing Yun, you are now in the sage great perfection realm. Since that is the case, you should be the leader of the Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow divisions. From today onwards, the 4 divisions of the sect shall be in your hands. I'll leave the law enforcement department to Kuei Gang. In the future, anyone who commits a crime in the sect will be severely punished. The ancients said, if the emperor commits a crime, he will be punished as well. The voice was very gentle. Hearing it, Lin Ray was stunned. He raised his head, and the moment his gaze fell on the figure and face, Lin Ray was stunned. Linga, that's right. The figure that appeared was none other than Jean Ling, who had died long ago. Yes, it's me. Hubby, it's me. Jean Ling nodded. Her gaze never left Lin Ray. No, you can't be Linger. You're already dead. You don't exist anymore. I'm impossible. Looking at Jean Ling's figure, Lin Ray was stunned. However, he immediately came back to his senses and shook his head like a madman. It was very frightening. Sigh. In the hall, other than Lin Ray's voice, there was no other voice. However, just as Lin Ray was like a madman, a sigh sounded in the hall. You still can't break through that knot in your heart. The sigh disappeared. Then, a man's voice sounded in the hall. Uff, you're here. Lin Ray didn't raise his head. However, the moment the man's voice sounded, Lin Ray, who was in a madman, instantly woke up. He let out a mouthful of turbid air and tried his best to calm himself down. Yes, I originally wanted to ask you what position you gave me. I didn't expect to see you like this. Although you didn't experience that great battle back then, and you didn't talk about the person in your heart, this matter isn't your fault. That was just an accident. You don't have to keep feeling guilty. You should know that a dead person can't be resurrected. You shouldn't keep torturing yourself like this. If the one here knows that her death caused you to have such an outcome, she will also hate herself very much. Lin Ray was speechless. Lin Ray didn't respond. The voice of the man in the dark became louder and louder. Finally, a figure appeared in front of Lin Ray. The man was none other than the clone, who looked exactly like Lin Ray. Even his voice was somewhat similar. Sakura. Forget it. I know you won't listen to my advice. However, I still want to say that you shouldn't keep torturing yourself like this. If you continue like this, I'm afraid that you will have an inner demon. At that time, all right, let's not talk about this anymore. Not waiting for Sakura to finish speaking, Linley hurriedly opened his mouth and changed the topic. What did you come to find me for? Sakura was speechless. I said, I'm looking for you to ask what position you've arranged for me. After all, my current cultivation is at least at the great perfection ultimate God realm. Although I haven't broken through to the Saint realm, it won't be long before I can break through soon. Lin Ray understood what Sakura meant. He raised his head and looked at Sakura. Every time he saw him, Lin Ray had a strange feeling in his heart. Your most important task now is to break through to the next level. Therefore, from today onwards, you will be the great elder of the sect. Other than some occasions where you have to attend, you don't have to care about anything else. All right, I'll be the great elder then. Sakura nodded. He wasn't dissatisfied with this position at all. When will you leave? The topic was changed instantly. This made Lin Ray a little uncomfortable. However, he still responded. Soon. I'll leave after I settle some things. With my current cultivation, it's very difficult to master it. Therefore, I have to go to the holy world to gain experience. After all, in such a world, there will definitely be more opportunities and better opportunities than in the divine world. A yearning and expectant expression appeared in Lin Ray's eyes. Sakura, who asked the question, was silent. All right, if there's nothing else, you can go too. I want to be alone for a while. Lin Ray said. Can you do it? Nonsense. Rolling his eyes at Sakura, his figure instantly faded and disappeared in front of Sakura. Sigh. I hope nothing bad will happen. He was very worried about Lin Ray. When he thought of how Lin Ray had been brooding over that incident, he was afraid that because of that incident, Lin Ray would develop an inner demon. The moment Lin Ray appeared in the main hall, he arrived at the top of a palace. He could see the entire Xuanzong sect at a glance. Little dragon, let's begin. The more time passes, the more uneasy I feel. Moreover, time is limited. We have to speed up. Damn you. Can't you let me rest first? You were so sad just now. How can you be okay after leaving? Lin Ray ignored the little dragon's attitude and said, In a while, we'll give Yun, or the thunder flame. After you help him refine it, we'll tighten the barrier around the Xuanzong sect. Once we're done, it'll be time for us to leave. After Lin Ray finished speaking, the little dragon didn't say anything else and chose to remain silent. Lin Ray didn't know if the little dragon was pondering or if it simply didn't want to help right now. Time slowly passed. In the silent night, Lin Ray was alone on the top of the palace, quietly thinking about his plans after leaving the Xuanzong sect. After an unknown amount of time, perhaps 10 or 15 minutes, the little dragon finally opened its mouth. All right, since that's the case, let's go. Okay. Seeing that the little dragon agreed, Lin Ray didn't say anything else. He spread out his consciousness and enveloped part of the palace in the Xuanzong sect. His figure flickered and disappeared from the top of the palace. When he reappeared, he was already in the palace. Huff! Huff! In the palace, Lin Yun was snoring nonstop with a smile on his face. Linley felt warm when he saw Lin Yun's expression. This child, he's the same when he sleeps. He stretched out his hand, intending to wake Lin Ray up. Don't talk about others? Aren't you the same when you sleep? Back when we were in the Forest Mountain Range, I had to cover you with a blanket at night. You almost tortured me to death that night. When Lin Ray heard the little dragon's words, his hand froze in the air. He was stunned, but he quickly recovered. However, he couldn't help feeling embarrassed. After all, this matter was too embarrassing. Not to mention, he was too young back then, and he was being chased. Yinner, Yinner. The hand in the air moved once again, gently patting Lin Yun as it softly called out to him. Yes, a soft groan came out of Lin Yun's mouth, and not long after, his originally closed eyes slowly opened. He sleepily looked at Linley in front of him and instantly sobered up. F.A. Father, why are you here? He was surprised. He didn't know why his father would come at this time. I'm here to give you something. Just now, I appointed you as the head of the refining department. From today onwards, you will be the head of the refining department. You have received my teachings. Now, I will impart to you a kind of flame. From now on, your refining skills will greatly improve. After communicating with the little dragon, Lin Rei withdrew his soul from his body, and the little dragon instantly took over Lin Rei's body. Father, Okay, let's begin. After taking over Lin Li's body, Lin Yun was about to open his mouth to say something when he was interrupted. At this time, Lin Rei's aura had changed. It had become deeper and colder. It was so cold that it made Lin Yun shiver. This coldness came from his soul. What's going on? Why did Father's aura change? Why did it become so deep and cold? Lin Yun was very curious. But before he could react, a hand appeared and patted a few acupoints on his body. BZZ. The sound of thunder could be heard, and a blue light appeared in the palace. Thunder flame, the core existence of the myriad lightning field. It took many years to form and has a spirit. With it, you can quickly improve your refining skills. Next, I will help you refine the thunder flame. But the process will be very painful and even life-threatening. Are you afraid? He stared at Lin Yun, waiting for Ra's answer. But he still had some expectations for Lin Li. He was looking forward to seeing what Lin Li's son would choose. Chapter 1165. Lin Yun looked at the unfamiliar aura of his father. Although he was doubtful, he still nodded his head in agreement. In his heart, this was his father. Father, don't worry. As your son, how could I be afraid? As he spoke, he sat down cross-legged, looking as if he was ready to go. However, this scene made the little dragon's eyes light up. He was very pleased with Lin Yun's performance. This was Lin Rei's son, not afraid at all. Okay, since that's the case, we'll look for a cultivation technique to refine the thunder flame. As for the rest, leave it to me. Although I can't guarantee that you won't feel pain, I can guarantee that you won't lose your life. After refining the thunder flame, your cultivation will reach a new level. Hearing this, Lin Yun closed his eyes and waited for the storm. No. He was waiting for the arrival of the thunder flame. He was looking forward to the scene after refining the thunder flame. Like father, like son. Good. Lin Yun exclaimed in his heart and didn't stay any longer. He had already figured out Lin Yun's nature. Grabbing the thunder flame in his hand, the little dragon swung his hand and aimed it at Lin Yun's back. The speed was very fast, so fast that the thunder flame turned into a streak of light. In the end, the little dragon's hand stuck to Lin Yun's back without leaving a single gap. Lin Yun, who had been waiting for a long time, started searching for something the moment it entered his body. However, the thunder flame was easy to detect. He looked into his body and saw the shape of the thunder flame. It was a thunder flame that was the size of a peach pit. Circles of blue flames surrounded the thunder flame. If one were to feel the thunder flame from the outside, one would not be able to feel the slightest bit of heat. However, if one were to approach it, one would be able to feel the berserk energy coming from the thunder flame. In front of this energy, Lin Yun was like an ant as small as a mayfly. He was sure that as long as the thunder flame released a trace of energy, it would be able to refine him into dregs. When the thunder flame entered his body, a heart-wrenching pain emerged. It was as if a giant demonic beast had entered his body and started to expand. That kind of pain was indescribable. Cold sweat flowed down his forehead. His face was pale, and the veins on his forehead bulged. His appearance was terrifying and not easy to approach. To put it bluntly, Lin Yun was like an ancient corpse that had just crawled out of hell. Hold on, this is just the beginning. Next, use your cultivation technique and guide the thunder flame's energy into your internal organs. Let the thunder flame refine your internal organs. This way, your physical body will be greatly improved. In the future, when you are in the same generation, you will definitely be able to stand out and become one of the best among your peers. The little dragon's voice entered Lin Yun's ears. Lin Yun's consciousness had been a bit hazy, but when he heard those words, he instantly became alert. That's right. Right now, I'm refining the thunder flame. I must endure it. This is not only what Father wants to see, but also what I want to see. I must not lose face for Father. Once this thought appeared in his mind, his originally blurry posture slowly recovered. He listened to the little dragon's instructions and began to touch the thunder flame. He slowly guided the thunder flame into his 5 viscera and 6 bowels to refine it. Sizzle! The sound of thunder resounded through the entire palace. Even Lin Yun's body could vaguely see a blue light flickering like the stars in the sky. Remember, take it slow. Don't be too hasty. Your cultivation is still too weak, especially your physical body. It's pitifully weak. Back then, when you were at your age, you didn't need anyone's help to refine the thunder flame. Although the process was very painful, what you obtained in the end was something that you might not be able to obtain in your entire life. The little dragon wasn't speaking nonsense. Back then, Lin Ray dared to devour the illusory spirit bloodfire when he was breaking through to the Foundation establishment realm. Who in the entire holy world could compare to such courage? Even now, the thunder flame can't touch me. With the body of a saint, I can break it with force. Boom! The little dragon's words were like a lamp in the dark night, instantly illuminating the path ahead of Lin Yun. Finally, the first strand of energy was completely refined under the little dragon's disdainful encouragement. This time, Lin Yun didn't stop himself. Perhaps he understood his father's soul and wanted to be like him. This time, without the little dragon's help, he separated the 2 strands of thunder flame energy from the thunder flame and began to refine it. After the first time he cried, he was already used to it. But as the energy increased, so did the pain. If he could accomplish this in this illusion, then his future path would be much smoother. He didn't say anything and just quietly watched Lin Yun, waiting for him to succeed. Sure enough, he's not this lord's son. Once an expert makes a move, it's clear whether he's an expert or not. Such tenacity and decisiveness. He's too much like me. In the system, Lin Ray's soul was standing in front of the screen that the little dragon used to observe Lin Ray. He was very clear about what was happening in the palace. So, can you be a little more shameless? Why do I feel like you're praising yourself? That's right, I'm talking about myself. Why can't I? Lin Ray didn't care about the little dragon's words at all. He was used to the little dragon's harshness. The little dragon was speechless. The 2 didn't say anything and just quietly watched Lin Yun refine the thunder flame. And under the little dragon's guidance, the thunder flame was completely mobilized by Lin Yun and began to be refined bit by bit. In the endless void, in the deepest part of the myriad lightning field, a black-clothed man was standing in front of the lightning. He looked at the changes in the myriad lightning field with a gloomy expression, as if he was thinking about something. What's going on? Why is my myriad lightning flame so unstable? Logically speaking, the thunder flame shouldn't be doing this, right? The black-clothed man didn't understand. The thunder flame had already been accompanied by him for an unknown period of time. Previously, for some unknown reason, the thunder flame had suddenly disappeared. This originally made him extremely angry, but now that the myriad thunder dominion was in such a state of unrest, this kind of battle made the man somewhat worried. No, impossible. The thunder flame can't be refined by others. It is a sacred artifact of my Thunder Clan. All living beings can only be used by my Thunder Clan. No, it can't be refined. Impossible. The more he spoke, the angrier the man became. It was as if the thunder flame's refinement had touched upon all his taboos. Of course, Lin Yun didn't see this scene, and Lin Ray didn't see it either. But Lin Ray never would have thought that he would offend one of the big shots of the holy world, the Thunder Clan, because of the system. The Thunder Clan was born with a body of lightning. Some kind of restriction seemed to have been placed on them, and they could only pass down one bloodline. So, there weren't many people in the Thunder Clan. Of course, because of this, no one dared to be impudent in front of the Thunder Clan. Although the Thunder Clan was small in number, every member of the Thunder Clan had an extremely powerful cultivation base. In the holy world, they could hold their own. At this moment, Lin Ray didn't know that he was still watching his son refine the Thunder Flame. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, the first rays of the morning sun shone into the hall. It's daybreak. Looking at the bright sunlight and sky outside, a smile appeared on Lin Ray's face. Yen's refining speed is getting faster and faster. A few hours have passed, and with your help, the thunder flame has already been refined by half. If it continues at this speed... Oh, that's not right. If it continues at this speed, Lin Tian will be able to refine the thunder flame in the evening. Thinking about it, Lin Rei was very excited. He was looking forward to what benefits the thunder flame would bring to his son after it was refined. TCH, you still have the nerve to say that. If it weren't for you, would I have done such a thankless thing? I don't care. After this matter is over, help me find something that can recover my soul. As for the materials for my physical body, now that we've entered the holy world, I believe you won't be left behind. Lin Rei rolled his eyes and revealed a helpless expression. However, he didn't refuse. After all, this was what he had promised before. Okay, after this matter is over, I'll find what you want. Of course, I'll cook for you as I promised. Not only that, I'll also find the best materials for your physical body. Since I'm going to do it, I'll do it to the best of my ability. Up to you. Although the strongest said this, he was secretly thinking that it was his good fortune to be able to meet someone like Lin Rei. If he had met those scoundrels, or people who only thought of themselves as a director, he wouldn't have had anything to do with it. You're stubborn. Even with the little dragon's personality, Lin Rei didn't say anything after that. After all, Lin Rei was in a state where it wasn't suitable for him to speak too much. Then, he fell into a deep sleep. As for Lin Yun's matter, he was very relieved. He believed that with the little dragon around, nothing would happen to Lin Yun. Lin Yun's palace was lively, but compared to the entire Xuanzong sect, Lin Yun's palace was nothing. Because the disciples of the Xuanzong sect had been released by Lin Rei and arranged for their whereabouts, everyone was busy at this moment. Chu Yuan Valley was a place that had yet to be mined. There were countless immortal and divine grade herbs in it. Of course, there were also saint grade herbs, but there weren't many. Even so, these immortal and divine grade treasures were more than enough for them. At their current level, if they wanted to use saint grade herbs to cultivate, the end result would be that they wouldn't be able to withstand the energy contained within the saint grade herbs. In the end, their bodies would explode and they would die. The leaders of the various palaces all sent their disciples into Chu Yuan Valley to search for heavenly and earthly treasures so that they could transplant them into their own palaces and decorate them. Now that the Xuanzong sect had just been established, other than palaces, there were only mountains. What mortal paradise? Nonsense. Lin Xian was awoken by the commotion outside. She stood up and walked out of the palace. Seeing the disciples of the Xuanzong sect bustling about, her heart was filled with curiosity. She walked up and called out to a Xuanzong sect disciple. "Senior brother, what's wrong with the sect? It wasn't like this yesterday. Why did the sect change so much after I slept for a night? And you guys, why are you asking about this? Why do all of you look so busy?" Questions after questions entered the ears of the man. He wasn't impatient at all. On the contrary, he had a face full of smiles as he looked at Lin Xian, answering all her questions in full detail. This junior sister, the Xuanzong sect has just been established. Yesterday night, the sect leader redistributed the disciples of the Xuanzong sect. Today, the leaders of the various palaces ordered their disciples to enter Chu Yuan Valley to search for heavenly and earthly treasures to maintain the sect's reputation. What? Yesterday night? Lin Xian was shocked. She stared at the man with a bewildered expression, her expression filled with bewilderment. That's right. Why, you don't know. Lin Xian's reaction attracted the attention of the man. At the start, he thought that Lin Xian was an ordinary disciple. But after hearing her words, he didn't think so anymore. Yesterday, all the disciples of the Xuanzong sect appeared in the Great Hall. They heard Lin Rei's orders clearly. But since that was the case, this girl in front of him clearly didn't know about yesterday's matters. I seem to have seen you somewhere before. The more he stared at Lin Xian, the more he felt that she was familiar. No, I definitely remember it. Since you didn't experience what happened in the branch yesterday, that means that you are... That's right, you are Miss Xian. Abruptly, Lin Xian-er's identity appeared in the mind of the man. Abruptly, the man hurriedly retreated and clasped his hands in greeting. Disciple Yu Tian pays his respects to Miss Xian-er. Lin Xian-er. Seeing that she was recognized, Lin Xian-er felt helpless. Senior Yu Tian, you don't have to do this. Looking at your cultivation base, you should have followed my father step by step. Logically speaking, I should be calling you senior brother. No, miss, you must be joking. You are the daughter of the sect leader, which means you are the junior sect leader. Although what you said makes sense, rules are rules. Lin Xian-er had no choice but to compromise with Yu Tian's insistence. Fine, you can call me whatever you want. But earlier, you said you wanted to go to Chu Yuan Valley to search for heavenly and earthly treasures? Upon hearing this, Yu Tian had an ominous premonition, but he still nodded his head. That's great. Let's go, I'll go with you. Now that I'm in the holy world, I want to see the scenery. Chu Yuan Valley is the territory of the Xuanzong sect. I believe my father wouldn't blame me for leaving without permission. As she spoke, she looked at Yu Tian with anticipation. Miss, should we ask the sect leader before making a decision? What if the sect leader... that's enough. Let's go. I can't wait any longer. After speaking, without waiting for Yu Tian's reply, her silhouette flickered as she appeared 100 meters away. It seems that I have done something wrong. Although his heart was thumping, he had no choice but to follow. He didn't dare to let anything happen to this little ancestor of his. In the palace where Lin Ray was located, the sleeping Lin Ray didn't know that after he returned, his originally cold daughter had regained the attitude of a little girl. Quick, it's almost done. Hurry up. The little dragon who was in Lin Ray's body had been observing the situation of the thunder flame with his divine sense. Seeing the thunder flame shrinking bit by bit, he felt extremely excited. Shoo, just as they stopped, before they could even sit down, a few black silhouettes dashed over, standing before Lin Xian-er as they bowed in respect. Your subordinates, Yuda and the rest. Pay our respects to Miss Lin Xian-er. Lin Xian-er. Looking at the group of people who were sweating profusely and in a sorry state, he was stunned. What happened to you all? There doesn't seem to be any demonic beasts along the way. Why are you guys like this? However, they didn't encounter any demonic beasts along the way. Lu Kuan-Yu was also a low-level demonic beast, which didn't seem to pose any threat to the 7 of them. But now, one by one, at this, Lin Xian-er's question caused everyone to perspire profusely, thinking in their hearts, how is this considered encountering demonic beasts? This proves that you are you. Your speed is too fast. We were afraid that you would be injured, so we decided to protect you. Naturally, although they were thinking this in their hearts, they didn't say it out loud. They wiped off their sweat and laughed. Miss must be joking. This can't be a problem with the air in the sacred world. We haven't gotten used to it yet, which is why we are in this state. Oh yeah, Miss Xian-er, you must be hungry after such a long time. We will go and prepare some food for you. Please wait for us here for a while. Yuda didn't want Lin Xian-er to continue asking. He changed the topic and signaled to the other 6 with his eyes. Yes. Miss Xian-er, please wait here for a while. We'll be back soon. Yes. Everyone chimed in as their silhouettes flashed, disappearing from Lin Xian-er's sight, leaving behind a dumbfounded Lin Xian-er. Yeah, this Yuda really means what he says. Lin Xian-er smiled as she shook her head, after which she turned and stared at the stream before her. The stream water was so clear that one could see the bottom. There were no impurities in it, and the water exuded traces of holy spiritual qi. Lin Xian-er, who was bathed in the mist, felt extremely comfortable. A bright light flashed in her eyes, and she couldn't stop smiling. Such a rich paradise. It would be great if little brother was here. Even if he didn't want to cultivate, his cultivation would improve with the density of the spiritual qi here. When she thought of her younger brother Lin Shan, who was in the lower world, the smile on her face instantly vanished. Her brows furrowed as sorrow appeared on her face. Forget it. Let's not think about this anymore. I believe that my younger brother will be able to pass my father's test and break through to the Saint realm. With regard to Lin Shan, she was extremely confident. Xiao, just as Lin Xian was lost in her thoughts, the sound of something breaking through the air drifted into her ears. Turning her head, she saw Yu De standing not far away. "Little miss, our luck is really good. We saw this 100 spirits fruit tree just a short distance away." After speaking, he hurried forward and passed the 100 spirits fruits in his robes to Lin Xian for her to consume. He didn't waste time either. He picked up a fruit and started munching on it. He didn't care if the fruit was dirty or not. He ate it as though he was a celestial being. Looking at how Yuda was eating, Lin Xian's appetite was stimulated. A smile appeared on her face as she picked up a fruit and imitated Yuda, placing it near her mouth and taking a small bite. Abruptly, the fruit juice exploded as the fragrance of the fruit gushed into her nose. This fruit, just a small bite, caused Lin Xian's eyes to light up. She took another bite as the smile on her face grew even more radiant. If Ruo Lin, Lei, or Ing were here, they would definitely be stunned if they saw the smile on his daughter's face. Eat more if it's delicious. There's only one of this 100 spirits fruit tree within a radius of 100 miles. Seeing that Lin Xian was willing to eat, Yuda didn't care about anything else. He took a bite of the fruit and placed all the fruits in his robes into Lin Xian's hands. You're not eating? It's fine. They should be bringing back some food when they return. I'll just eat theirs. Moreover, there's only so much of this 100 spirits fruit. There won't be any left after I finish it. When Lin Xian heard Yuda's words, a strange feeling appeared in her heart. One had to know that the entire Xuanzong sect was filled with young disciples. The oldest among them was only 5,000 years old. The sky gradually darkened. Lin Yun sat cross-legged in the center of the palace. His body was faintly discernible with tears. The paleness on his face had already disappeared. His entire body was covered in a pungent black mucus that stuck to his skin like maggots. Phew, it's finally done. When Xiaolong saw Lin Yun's current situation, a smile appeared on his face, but his face was slightly pale. Thank you, little dragon. Lin Rei's voice resounded in the little dragon's mind. His tone was sincere and apologetic. Che, you brat. After saying that, the little dragon withdrew from Lin Rei's control over his body, and the little dragon returned to the system. Hurry up and return to your body. Okay, I understand. As soon as the little dragon finished speaking, Lin Rei didn't hesitate. He rushed out of the system and returned to his body. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, Lin Rei returned to his body and felt a sudden soreness in his heart. He only stretched his body a little, and the bones in his body let out a horrifying sound. I didn't expect that even with my saint physique, I still wouldn't be able to carry the little dragon's soul. Lin Rei understood that his cultivation was still too weak. Although his physical body was at the saint physique level, he still couldn't bear the little dragon's soul. Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened. You brat, you think too much. How long have you been cultivating, and how long have I been cultivating? You still want to bear my power. Haven't you heard of that saying? If you're beautiful, don't think too highly of yourself. If you have both, then what are you still doing here? You can just transcend this universe and go to a more powerful place to cultivate. Although the little dragon's words were a little straightforward, what he said was the truth. His current cultivation was indeed a little weak, and he hadn't been cultivating for a long time. Okay. You stay here and look after Yuan. He's not bad. He survived that kind of pain and didn't embarrass you. Nonsense. Don't you know whose son he is? The little dragon's words made Lin Rei feel very proud. F*CK. I gave you some color, and you opened a dye house for me. He rolled his eyes and continued. You should keep an eye on your precious son. I'll give you the Xuanzong sex barrier now. Now? Nonsense. If not now, then when? As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. I'll hurry up and give you the message. Otherwise, I won't be able to rest well if you keep thinking about me. After saying that, he rushed out of the system and instantly arrived on the roof. He raised his head and looked at the Xuanzong sex system with a bitter expression. If I had known, I wouldn't have agreed to that brat Lin Ray's request. I'm afraid that I'll have to use 30% of my soul power to cover such a huge sect. Thinking about how he would soon lose 30% of his soul power, his heart ached. Forget it. I'll just treat it as if I owed you in my previous life. Thinking about it, he raised his hand and instantly released boundless soul power. He kept forming seals in his hand, and a shocking barrier began to form. Inside the palace, Lin Ray didn't know that setting up the barrier would consume 30% of the little dragon's soul power. If he added the 20% he used to refine the thunder flame, the little dragon's body would become weak again. Lin Ray didn't think too much about this. He was relieved to leave the barrier to the little dragon. He lowered his head and looked at his son with a fatherly smile. Yin, father can only help you this much. I'll have to rely on you from now on. He didn't care if his son heard him or not. He raised his hand and a set of equipment appeared in front of him. If a refiner saw this set of equipment, their jaws would drop to the ground. In the entire holy world, not a single first-rate sect would dare to display such equipment in such an obvious place. Yin, this set of Huiyun's equipment is a gift from Father to you. Continue. Father owes you too much in this life. This set of Huiyun's equipment was made when Father entered the first-grade Saint realm. I specifically searched for Sky Profound Iron to forge it for you. It's also of the highest grade. Mid-Saint artifact. I'm afraid that no one in the entire holy world has such equipment. Indeed, there was no one in the entire Saint world who was as bold as Linley, using a set of mid-grade Saint artifacts right off the bat. Quietly, Xiaolong worked hard to set up a barrier outside, while Linley was inside the palace, chattering away like a woman, his mouth never stopping. As for Lin Yun, when he felt the vigorous energy in his body and the thunder flame in his pill palace, he slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was his father, Lin Ray. Looking at his father, Lin Yun's face was full of smiles. Father, your son didn't let you down. I successfully refined the thunder flame, and my cultivation has also reached the great circle of the ultimate god realm. As he spoke, he couldn't hide the excitement on his face. He stood up and wanted to give Lin Ray a big bear hug. Water driving art. Walala. Before Lin Yun arrived, Lin Ray used the water driving art. A pillar of water appeared out of nowhere and wrapped around Lin Yun. Father, what are you doing? Feeling the confinement around him, Lin Yun felt helpless. He couldn't escape and could only accept the fate of being washed away by the pillar of water. Look at the impurities on your body. It's smelly and disgusting. Don't you think it's not good for you to hug me like this? Hearing that, Lin Yun lowered his head and looked. Sure enough, the black suppression was being washed away by the pillar of water. Lin Yun was sweating because he couldn't guarantee what would happen if he didn't stop it. The water-driving art left as quickly as it came. In just 10 breaths, the impurities on Lin Yun's body were washed away. Hurry up and change out of this set of equipment. Put on the equipment on the ground. This is the Fire Cloud set that I have specially refined for you. Every piece of it is at least a mid-grade sacred artifact. Lin Ray pointed at the Huiyun set that he had already prepared. Hiss! When Lin Yun's gaze fell on the Huiyun set on the ground, he focused all his attention on the Huiyun set. Clearly, he liked this set very much. Hurry up. Knowing that Lin Yun liked it, Lin Ray urged. Oh, okay. Regardless of the consequences, Lin Mingya took off the suit on her body and put it on one by one in the blink of an eye. Clothes, trousers, armor, boots, a crown, and a 3-foot-long cicada sword with a Taotai sword hilt. The whole set of fire cloud equipment made people's eyes light up. Not bad at all. You're only wearing it now. If you refine it, it will definitely be very useful to you in the future. Lin Ray walked over to Lin Yun and waved his hand. A chair appeared in front of him, and he placed his hand on Lin Yun's shoulder to make him sit down. A comb had appeared in his hand at some point, and he started combing Lin Yun's hair. Father, this action startled Lin Yun, and he wanted to stop it. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get up. I haven't combed your hair since you were young. This should be your mother's matter, but it's a pity that your mother. Chapter 1167. The hall was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. No one spoke. Only Lin Rei was combing Lin Yun's hair. His technique was very skillful. It was a pity that he had done this many times in the past. Feeling the feeling coming from his head, although he felt a little uncomfortable when he heard the word mother, it had been 1,000 years. No matter what, the pain of losing a loved one would slowly fade away. Quietly, he enjoyed the feeling that belonged to him and his father. A smile appeared on his face. At this moment, he was very satisfied. "Come, give me the tiara." Lin Yun, who was enjoying himself, suddenly came back to his senses when he heard his father's voice. He raised his hand and handed over the tiara. Remember, although this kind of divine artifact is very powerful, it can't be used. The most important thing a cultivator can rely on is his own strength. These external objects can only be used in times of danger. Moreover, with your current cultivation, if you use it, I'm afraid that it won't take long for your spiritual energy to become violent. In the end, you'll only be at the mercy of others. Yes, this child understands, Lin Rei said. He listened very seriously. Moreover, he had always done this. As the former sect master of the Xuanzong sect, he even had the principle of forging iron with his own strength. Well, that's good. He put on the tiara. With a thought, a jade hairpin with a dragon's head appeared in his hand. He raised his hand and put it through the tiara. After doing all this, Lin Rei came in front of Lin Yun. Looking at his son who was now wearing the Huiyun suit, he felt a sense of relief. Although Lin Yun was only a peak ultimate god now, with a Huiyun suit, not to mention killing a Dao Fruit Saint. Even if the Dao Fruit Saint wanted to keep Lin Yun, it would be wishful thinking. Looking at him, Lin Li couldn't help but nod, the smile on his face never disappearing. However, he really is not bad. Such a handsome young man. I wonder if the holy daughters of the sacred lands of the sacred realm would go crazy over him. Father, looking at his father who was so unreliable, Lin Yun couldn't help but glance at him and then didn't say anything. It was fine if the sentence was said here, but if it was spread outside, it wouldn't be good. When that time came, whether or not he would kneel on the washboard when he returned home would be a problem. Lin Rei naturally understood Lin Yun's worries. He nodded and teased, "I understand. I know you're henpecked, but I didn't expect that. Tisk tisk. Dad, I'm not talking to you anymore." She stood up and did not want to drag this on any longer. Now that she had lost all her face, she rushed out of the hall with a red face. I don't think I said anything, right?" She looked at the entrance of the hall speechlessly. Then, she shook her head and ignored him. Now that the matter of Lei Yan had been resolved, the only thing left was to set up the barrier. And this matter had the help of the little dragon. It's time to make some arrangements. Thinking that he was about to leave soon and that the sect had just started, there were still many things that he hadn't told him. He stood up and his figure faded away, disappearing from the hall. In the main hall of Chu Yuan Valley, Lin Rei's figure appeared. He sat on the throne in the hall and looked at the people who had been waiting for him for a long time. "I called all of you here to remind you that when I'm not around, Yin will still be in charge of the sect's matters. As for cultivation, everyone has their own duties. Now that the sect has set up a barrier, if any experts come to visit, there's no need to pay attention to them. Just keep them outside. Sect Master, you're leaving again." Lin Yun and the others couldn't accept Lin Rei's decision. It was too sudden, and they couldn't react to Lin Rei's decision. Now that they had just arrived in the holy world, they wanted to wait for the sect to stabilize before leaving. "But now, Father, how long do you plan to leave this time? We've just arrived in the holy world, and the outside world isn't as good as the divine world. Why don't we wait until our cultivation is stronger before leaving? This way, Yin I've already decided on this matter. I've already decided before entering the holy world. I understand what you're thinking. You're afraid that something might happen to me. However, my cultivation has already reached the saint realm. Isn't it easy for me to break through?" But Lin Yun still wanted to say something, but just as he opened his mouth, Lin Rei stopped him. "All right, it's settled then." At this moment, no one said anything. No one could change Lin Rei's decision. This was something they knew very well. This time, Hong Lian and Ming Ming, The two of you will choose 10 people from each of your troops. When I leave, they will follow beside me and help me deal with any problems. As for Cien, as he spoke, Lin Rei's gaze swept across the crowd. But what made Lin Rei stunned was that there was no trace of Lin Cien. Where did Cien go? Everyone looked at each other with confusion on their faces. No one knew where Cien went. The expressions of the people below were all seen by Lin Rei. Seeing how lost they were, Lin Rei knew that Cien might have gone missing. Go, search for her. Now that Cien has just entered the holy world, she's unfamiliar with this place. Nothing must happen to her. As he spoke, he turned his gaze to Hong Lian and Ming Ming. Mobilize everyone in your troops to search for her. You must find her. As the sound of his voice faded, everyone understood that this matter was serious. They all bowed and retreated. With a cold expression, they ordered their subordinates to search the entire Chuyuan Valley. Lin Cien, who was in the Chuyuan Valley, was completely unaware of the actions of the Xuanzong sect. Because she left without permission, she had stirred up a lot of trouble. Within the Chuyuan Valley, Lin Cien, who was sitting beside a stream, had a look of enjoyment on her face. She was enjoying the feeling of the abundant spiritual qi in the holy world. Yutian, look at the time. Young Miss has already been out for so long. If she doesn't return and something happens to her, will we be able to bear the consequences? That's right, Yutian. Look at young Mississippi. She doesn't seem to want to return. If the sect lord finds out that we secretly brought young Miss out, you all should know how powerful the disciplinary department is. As long as we enter the disciplinary department, it would be strange if we don't lose a layer of skin. That's right, Yutian. Lin Cien, I didn't know that Yutian and the rest were all starting to feel anxious. They couldn't help but tremble when they thought of how powerful the disciplinary department was. AI, how could he not know the worries of everyone? As he mused, he turned and stared at Lin Cien. He didn't care if he would disturb her enjoyment as he bowed. Miss, we have been out for such a long time. Shouldn't we return now? You didn't inform the sect lord when you came out. If the sect lord couldn't find you, then I got it. Not waiting for Yutian to finish his words, Lin Cien's voice drifted into his ears. Let's go. We've been out for so long, we've played enough. After speaking, she ignored Yutian and the rest and turned back. Although there was no expression on her face, she felt somewhat unhappy in her heart. After all, they had just exited and now they had to return. In the airspace above Chuyuan Valley, Lin Rei stood in the air, releasing his divine sense and enveloping the entire valley. His countenance was extremely heavy. It was just that he didn't expect that his daughter would disappear without a trace. This caused him to be somewhat worried. This place couldn't be compared to the divine world. Here, any random demonic beast would be able to abduct Lin Cien, who is at the divine monarch realm. That is, within his divine sense, just as Lin Rei was worrying, Lin Cien's aura appeared. Chuyuan Valley? Why did Cien go there? Feeling his daughter's aura appearing in Chuyuan Valley, bewilderment appeared in his heart. And not long after, 7 auras appeared behind Lin Cien. Abruptly, Lin Rei's countenance changed as his silhouette flickered, and he sped towards the location of Cien's aura. His speed was extremely fast, and in addition to the fact that Chuyuan Valley was a place where he could unleash his full Saint Realm cultivation, he soon arrived in the airspace above Lin Cien. Lowering his head, he saw Lin Cien flying at high speed. Behind her, there were 7 disciples clad in the robes of the Xuanzong sect following behind her. Their cultivation bases were all at the God Emperor realm. This little fellow. This daddy was worried for nothing. So it turns out that he came out to play. After speaking, he cast an unhappy glance at Lin Cien. He didn't disturb her and turned to leave, returning to the sect. Everyone come back. Cien has been found. The instant he stepped into the sect, Lin Rei transmitted his voice to the various department heads. The Xuanzong sect that was originally in a state of chaos abruptly vanished the instant they received the news transmitted by Lin Rei. What replaced it was silence. After returning to the main peak, Lin Rei's countenance was much better. He sat on his seat and waited for the return of everyone. Not long after, Lin Yun's silhouette appeared in the main hall, followed by Ing and the rest. An instant later, everyone returned to their original positions. All right, it was a false alarm. Maybe that little ass felt that the sect was too boring, so she went to Chu Yuan Valley to take a look. Since that's the case, let's continue. Father, how long will you be gone this time around? As the sound of Lin Rei's voice faded, Lin Yun's voice followed closely behind. His expression was filled with anticipation. Not only him, even Ing and the rest had the same expression on their faces. I'm not sure. After all, no one can be certain about things like tempering. But don't worry, if the sect is the same, feel free to contact me anytime. Everyone was silent and did not speak. This time, I will leave with Xian Er. The rest of you will stay here and perform your duties. Take good care of the sect. The next time I return, the sect will change greatly. Husband, Xian Er's cultivation. Ing was unwilling. He was very clear about Xian Er's cultivation. If she left with Lin Rei, wouldn't it be dangerous? Moreover, she would become a burden to Lin Rei. That's right, husband. Bing understood the gravity of the situation and immediately echoed. Xian Er's cultivation is too weak. If she doesn't want to go, then let Kuei Gang or Ming Ming go. Xian Er can't do it. Father, I also feel that little sister. One by one, they voiced their opposition. They were very clear about Xian Er's cultivation. They did not want Xian Er to be a burden to Lin Rei if something happened to her. Looking at everyone's opposition, Lin Rei was not angry. Instead, he smiled. How could he not know what they were thinking? They were just worried. Although he did not want to explain, he still said, "You don't have to worry. The reason why I brought Xian Er with me is because of the side effects of the profound ice heavenly technique in her body. Although I gave Xian Er a pill to restrain the profound ice heavenly technique, it will only last for 3 years. If we want to completely cure her, we have to find a way to cure her within 3 years. As for me, after the formation of the school was completed, I almost left. Within 3 years, I definitely won't be able to return." Thus, Linley didn't continue. He believed that even if he didn't say anything, these people below him would understand what he meant. At this moment, the voices of opposition from below had completely disappeared. Linley didn't linger on this topic for long. Manage your disciples well while I'm away. Have them cultivate well and strive to reach the saint realm within 1,000 years. Hong Lian and Ming Ming, the two of you have an important mission. His gaze fell on Hong Lian and Ming Ming. Please instruct us, Sect Master. The two bowed. I'll do the same. With the sect as the starting point, I'll start a punitive expedition against the surrounding sections. Anyone who disagrees will be killed. Of course, I'll only go against those sects that I can defeat. As for those that I can't defeat, I'll only go after I'm stronger. I'll also do the same. There won't be any other sects within 1,000,000 miles of me for 100 years. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. This was the beginning of a punitive expedition in the sacred world. Within 100 years, 1,000,000 miles was a terrifying number. Even in the divine world, there was no one like this. Plop. Hong Lian, Ming, order. Although everyone was doubtful, Hong Lian and Ming Ming were very decisive. They patted their chests and promised. Okay, then it'll depend on your lessons. During the punitive expedition, all the disciples in the sect will be at your disposal. As for the disciples of the destroyed sects, if any of them surrender, they'll be placed in the outer sect. I'll make a decision when I return. Just like this, Lin Rei issued one order after another. Everyone was shocked because the current Lin Rei was completely different from when he was in the divine world. In the divine world, he didn't have the slightest intention of punitive expedition, but now, of course, this was just a thought in their hearts. As for the surface, they were respectful and didn't have the slightest doubt. Time passed under Lin Rei's orders. When night fell, everyone dispersed except for Lin Yun, Ing, and Bing. After everyone dispersed, Lin Yun went up to Lin Rei and couldn't help but ask, "Father, why do you want to go on a punitive expedition? Isn't it good to live somewhere else? When you were in the divine world, you didn't do this. Why do you do this in a high-level place like the sacred world?" It wasn't just Lin Yun. When Ing and Bing heard this, they also agreed. That's right, husband. The sacred world isn't like the divine world. We can do whatever we want in the divine world, but the forces in the sacred world are complicated. Moreover, we're not familiar with this place. If we go on a punitive expedition, I'm afraid it'll arouse the dissatisfaction of the high-level sections. Yes, husband. The three of them were so agitated that Lin Ray was a little unaccustomed. You don't have to worry. I've already made arrangements for this matter. Now, the punitive expedition to the sacred world is a must. Moreover, time is of the essence. You have to break through quickly. To forge iron, you have to be strong. You should understand this principle. If you only want to live somewhere else, you'll be eliminated in this world full of sections. Chapter 1168. After Lin Ray left, Lin Yun remained in the Great Hall, staring at the entrance with a dazed expression. At this moment, he was the only one left in the Great Hall. The others had all left, and his mind was filled with Lin Ray's teachings. To those who didn't like to fight for fame and fortune and instead focused on training, this was a good thing. But Linley was different. He had the system and the mission given by the system. He was different. If he didn't work hard, who would protect his family? Who would protect his wife and children? Especially in the sacred world, a place where people were eaten without spitting out the bones. The slightest bit of carelessness would only result in death. The path of the strong was filled with millions of corpses and rivers of blood. The survival of the fittest and the elimination of the fittest. This was a logic that they should have understood the moment they became cultivators. After leaving the Great Hall, Lin Yun instructed everything. Now, he only needed to wait for the enchantment to be completed before he led the disciples out of the sect, heading towards the sacred world. Rumble, rumble. Now, in front of the Great Hall on the main peak, when he raised his head and stared at the location of the little dragon, the sound of thunder suddenly rang out. The originally pitch-black sky was now even darker, and amidst the thunder and lightning, a screen of light could be seen spreading out with a speed visible to the naked eye. With the little dragon as the focal point, it spread out in all directions, enveloping the entire sect. When this scene landed in the eyes of Lin Ray, a hint of interest appeared in his eyes. This fellow, the enchantment was completed so quickly. Looking at the enchantment above his head, Lin Ray didn't doubt its might. Now that the enchantment had yet to completely envelop the entire sect, the pressure of the enchantment was already surging. If it completely enveloped the entire sect, even if he attacked with his full strength, he wouldn't be able to shake it in the slightest. This is good. I can leave this place with peace of mind. Thinking that there was no longer any danger here, he felt relieved and left. Father, all of a sudden, a clear voice like that of an oriole drifted over from afar, entering into Lin Ray's ears. Abruptly, Lin Ray regained his senses and turned his head, only to see Lin Xian, dressed in white, running over from afar with an excited expression on her face. From her current appearance, Lin Ray didn't need to think to know that she must have heard of his decision and returned. She ran to Lin Ray and stood in front of him. She looked at her father excitedly and said, "Father, I just heard from Uncle Ming that you will take me with you when you leave this time. Is it true?" Lin Ray. Looking at the smile on her daughter's face, Jean Mei nodded. "Yes, I'm taking you away this time." Haven't you always wanted to go out and see the outside world? Moreover, the side effects of your dark ice heavenly force have not been completely cured. We must find a solution within 3 years, so you must leave with me. You, raising his head, Lin Ray's voice came to an abrupt halt. His entire body froze in place, his face filled with helplessness. In front of him, Lin Xian was still listening to his words. She was already extremely excited. Lin Ray estimated that other than the sentence about being able to leave the sect, everything else after that had entered her ears. Looking at his excited daughter, Lin Ray stretched out his hand and patted her little head. "Hurry up and pack up. We will be leaving soon." "We are leaving today?" Lin Xian was taken aback. "Of course, what do you think?" After speaking, he ignored Lin Xian and turned towards the direction of the little dragon. Looking at the formation of the enchantment in the sky, it should be completed in a short period of time. Father, father. She regained her senses from the shock and wanted to say something, but she discovered that her father's silhouette was nowhere to be seen. Forget it. Let's talk about it later when we leave. Thinking that they were about to leave, Lin Xian turned and walked towards the palace not far away. The Wind Whisperer Palace was where Shadow and Ice resided, and the place Lin Xian wanted to head to was where Shadow resided. Now that she was about to leave the sect, she had to go and bid farewell to her mother. At the location where the little dragon was, Lin Rei's figure appeared beside the little dragon. He didn't disturb the little dragon and instead sat down at the side, quietly looking at the little dragon. The little dragon sensed Lin Rei's arrival, but it didn't pay attention to him. At this moment, it was at the final juncture of the enchantment. If it didn't complete the enchantment in one go, it was afraid that there would be flaws in the enchantment. And at this moment, after setting up the enchantment for Lin Yun, only 50% of its soul force was left. The originally solid soul force was now as ethereal as a feather. Regarding this, Lin Rei felt extremely guilty in his heart. Time passed by bit. The enchantment in the sky was completed bit by bit. As expected, under Lin Rei's estimation, the enchantment was finally completed. In the sky, the rumbling of thunder dissipated the moment the enchantment was completed. Careful! The instant the enchantment was completed, the little dragon's body trembled violently and fell backwards. Fortunately, Lin Rei was watching from the side. The instant the little dragon fell backwards, Lin Rei went up to support it. He looked at the little dragon with concern. At this moment, the little dragon's body was even more ethereal. It was as though a light breeze could blow the little dragon away. I'm fine. She patted Lin Rei's hand, indicating for him to let go of her. However, Lin Rei didn't seem to see the little dragon's signal. His hand was still holding onto the little dragon, and the concern on his face was even more intense. The guilt on his face also increased. He didn't expect that setting up the enchantment would consume so much soul force. I'm really fine. It's just that I overused my soul force. When you find a heavenly treasure that can replenish my soul force for me to consume, I will recover. After saying that, the little dragon sat down with the help of Lin Rei. Its originally pale face was slightly better. Looking at the little dragon's state, Lin Rei wanted to say something but stopped. What do you want to say? Words of thanks. You have to understand that the most important thing you should do now is to go out and gain experience. Let the future increase your cultivation and complete the mission given to you by the system. After saying that, the words paused and then continued. I don't want to one day be erased by the system because you didn't complete the mission. At that time, I will go back to sleep and wait for the next Hongmeng sovereign body. Lin Rei. Lin Rei didn't respond to the little dragon's words, but these words were deeply engraved in Lin Rei's mind. The two of them fell silent, and the space became quiet. The two of them looked at each other, and Lin Rei felt goosebumps all over his body. That, perhaps because it was uncomfortable to be looked at, the little dragon finally couldn't hold back and opened its mouth to break the awkward situation. Now, I've done what you said. As for the first condition, I will give it to you within 3 years. You want to leave now? Have you thought about where to go? Hearing the little dragon's question, Lin Rei turned his head and looked into the distance. After a moment of silence, he said, I'm not sure. Let's take it one step at a time. Anyway, there's still a long time. I don't believe that it's impossible to reach the height that the system wants in 10,000 years. Of course, now that I've just arrived in the Holy World, if I want to raise the sect to the height that the system wants, treasures and money are indispensable. With that said, Lin Rei had a plan in his mind. As one of the professions, Lin Rei had money and wealth at his fingertips. But the key point was that he had to feed an entire sect right now. If he wanted them to become powerful beings, he would have to expend a lot of resources. Okay, you do as you see fit. I don't care about the specifics. Anyway, After I help you find a way to cure the dark ice heaven strength within 3 years, I will choose to sleep. The road ahead is up to you. Remember, the waters in the holy world are very deep. If you want to establish a foothold here, you need to pay a lot more than in the God realm. After saying that, the illusory spirit became even more illusory. Okay, you do as you see fit. I have to go back and recover. Don't disturb me for the next few days. Hey, the voice stopped abruptly, as though it wanted to say something. But the little dragon didn't give Lin Ray the time to speak. As the sound of its voice faded, it entered the system in a flash. F***K. This action of the little dragon caused Lin Ray to feel deflated. But he didn't say anything. After all, the little dragon had done enough for him. He didn't say anything and quietly waited for the others to arrive before leaving the Xuanzong sect. In front of Xian sect's mountain gate, there was a hubbub of voices. Linley appeared in front of the mountain gate, looking at Shadow and the others. After giving them a few instructions, he then turned to look at the 20 disciples who had left with him. Looking at the 20 disciples, all of them were at the Grand Perfection God Emperor realm. They were just a step away from breaking through to the Exalted realm. And not bad, I'll choose you guys. Many thanks for the sect leader's praise. The 20 disciples clasped their hands and bowed, their faces filled with smiles. Ning Fan nodded calmly. His gaze fell on Lin Xian, who was in Ying's embrace as a doting look flashed through his eyes. Enough, Xian, we should leave now. Xian, hearing that her daughter was about to leave, Ying felt extremely reluctant. If she had a choice, she would be willing to follow her husband and daughter. Unfortunately, this was already a foregone conclusion. There was no turning back. Just like this, under the reluctant gazes of the crowd, Lin Ray and the others left Chu Yuan Valley and walked towards a sacred world they were looking forward to. Let's go. After staying here for a period of time, we should prepare to leave as well. It's about time to settle the matters my husband entrusted to us. Ying watched as the figures of Lin Ray and the others disappeared from her sight. She then turned and spoke to Bing. And that's right. It's about time to take action. The two of them exchanged glances. After deciding on everything, they turned and walked into the Xuanzong sect. Lin Ray's departure didn't affect the normal operations of the Xuanzong sect. Just like what Lin Ray had instructed before he left, he became the acting sect leader of the Xuanzong sect once again. Time passed quickly, like a white steed flashing by. The sacred world didn't stop operations because of the Xuanzong sect. Also, the appearance of the Xuanzong sect didn't attract the attention of other powers. Although the Yellow region was the most barren place in the entire sacred world, it was still 100 times better than the divine world. In the central region of the Yellow region, this place was under the jurisdiction of an emperor dynasty named the Azure Mystic Emperor Dynasty. This place was also the territory of the 10,000 Treasure Sect. The 10,000 Treasure Sect was one of the peak powers in the Yellow region, and the Azure Mystic Emperor Dynasty was only on par with the 10,000 Treasure Sect. In the Yellow region, there were countless sects with first grade, second grade, and third grade ones. The 10,000 Treasure Sect was an existence that surpassed first grade sections. In the central region of the Yellow region, in the capital of the Azure Mystic Emperor Dynasty, the Xianyuan Empire. This place was the hub of the Azure Mystic Emperor Dynasty. In this place, there were all sorts of aristocratic clans and sections. Outside the Xianyuan Empire, a man and a woman of the same age walked side by side to the entrance of the Xianyuan Empire. Looking at the city of the sacred world, the man felt a myriad of emotions in his heart. Father, this Xianyuan Empire is indeed much bigger compared to the divine world. Not only that, I feel that there's a powerful formation in the city. It's just that, as she spoke until here, Lin Xian hesitated. It's just that? What? Looking at his daughter, Lin Ray's interest was piqued. The two of them were none other than Lin Ray and his daughter, Lin Xian who had just left the Azure Mystic Emperor Dynasty. As for the 20 members of the Combat Division and Slaughter Division she brought with her, they were now disguised as unaffiliated cultivators and merchants, spreading out into the Xianyuan Empire. She inclined her head and stared at her father. The hesitation in her eyes had vanished and was replaced by determination. Although your daughter can feel that there's a formation in the Xianyuan Empire, it's extremely vague. For a moment, your daughter also felt a little strange. Could it be that your daughter is mistaken? Upon hearing this, Lin Ray smiled, his face filled with gratification. Indeed, what she said was correct. However, not everyone would be able to sense that there was a formation in the Xianyuan Empire. Earlier, he had also sensed that there was indeed a formation in the Xianyuan Empire. However, the grade of this formation was extremely high. Even with his current strength, it would be difficult for him to break through a formation of this grade. There's indeed a formation here. However, it's not something you can comprehend with your current strength. After speaking, his gaze landed on the city walls as he continued. It's already been over a year since we left the Xuanzong Sect. During this period of time, you should have seen and heard many things. However, the one we encountered today was the strongest. However, if you want to break through a formation of this grade, as long as you follow what your father imparted to you, I believe that it won't take long for you to break through this formation. Oi, are the two of you going or not? Can't you make way for us? Why are you standing in the middle of the road? Aren't you immoral? A voice that didn't fit and drifted over from behind. MHM. Turning their heads, the gazes of everyone in the surroundings were all focused on the two of them, staring at them as though they were looking at idiots. Father, let's hurry up and let them pass. Understanding that those words were directed at the two of them, Lin Xian had an awkward expression on her face as she hurriedly pulled Lin Ray to the side. Country bumpkins. From within a luxurious carriage, the voice of the man from before rang out once more. After which, the carriage galloped into the depths of the Xianyuan Empire. Staring at the departing carriage, a killing intent flashed in Lin Ray's eyes. He deeply engraved the carriage and that voice into his mind. As the saying goes, it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Now that he had just entered the Xianyuan Empire and was unfamiliar with this place, he might still be able to act if he was alone. But now that he had someone by his side, he could only endure. As long as his strength matured, he didn't mind returning the humiliation he suffered today back to the other party in double. Chapter 1169. Let's go. She understood the unhappiness in her father's heart. Even if it was her, she also felt extremely uncomfortable in her heart. However, when she thought of the other party's identity and the fact that she was in the Azure Mystic Empire, she could only endure it. She didn't want to dwell on this matter for too long. Hence, she changed the topic and pulled on her father's arm as they walked into the city. Staring at his daughter, Lin Ray understood what she was thinking. After which, he didn't think too much about it. As for the matter of revenge, he would think about it in the future. With regards to the Azure Mystic Empire, Lin Ray was somewhat curious. On the way here, he had heard many things about the Azure Mystic Empire. This was especially so when he first stepped into the Azure Mystic Empire. The guards at the entrance didn't charge him money or bullied him because of their master's influence. Just this point alone was enough to make him view the Azure Mystic Empire in a new light. What did they mean by leaving the countryside and entering the city? He was like a country bumpkin. The instant he stepped into the city, he suddenly felt that the words of those who called him a country bumpkin earlier were somewhat true. Flourishing, prosperous, a boiling cauldron of voices, hawking of goods, people coming and going, endless streams of horses and carriages. Within the Xianyuan imperial capital, Linley could be said to have experienced what true prosperity was. Right now, it was already so flourishing in the daytime. Just the number of people coming and going was sufficient to be comparable to all the cities he had seen before. Dad, this place, it's a little flourishing, huh? Lin Xian stared blankly at the bustling scene before her as she involuntarily spoke. Lin Ray, turning his head, he saw that his daughter's attention was completely focused on the anti-skid ground in front of her. Her eyes were filled with anticipation and yearning. Sigh. Staring at everything before him, Lin Ray bitterly smiled and shook his head. As a cultivator, these were all appearances. If one couldn't see through them, they would only be immersed in these sights. It was impossible for them to reach a better state. Wake up! He didn't want to see his daughter being corroded by this disgusting scene. He silently circulated his cultivation and transmitted his voice to Lin Xian, reminding her. Wang. She was immersed in the sights before her, unable to extricate herself. Suddenly, a thunderous sound rang out beside her ears, causing her to regain her senses. Little girl, cultivate well. If you succeed in your cultivation, these illusory things will be at your fingertips. Yes, I understand, father. Lin Xian nodded her head in shame, after which she didn't return to her normal self like before. He didn't say anything else. Speaking of which, he was still too young. He walked forward. Not only Lin Xian's mood was also extremely bad. However, looking at the inner city walls, she didn't grumble so much. Women were born with an innate ability to walk and shop. This was something that men couldn't understand. Looking at the inner city walls, a hint of excitement flashed through her eyes. After which, she swung Lin Rei's arm and said in a spoiled manner, Dad, let's go in quickly. The outer city is already so prosperous. What about the inner city? I really want to see, Dad. As the saying goes, 1 cry, 2 throw a tantrum, 3 threaten to hang oneself. But when it came to Lin Xian, there was only one way to deal with Lin Rei, and that was to act coquettishly. As long as she acted coquettishly, Lin Rei would have a headache. In the end, he could only nod his head in agreement. With regards to this daughter of his, he also had a headache. But when he thought of how much his daughter had changed compared to when he first met her, these headaches didn't matter much. Turning his head, he looked at his excited daughter and pinched her finger. Do you really want to go in? MHM, yes, I want to. Lin Rei didn't have a chance. He glanced at the inner city gates and nodded. All right, since you like it, let's go in. In the future, we might have to stay here for a long period of time. Since you want to go in, let's go in and see how much more prosperous the inner city is compared to the outer city. Oh yeah. Upon hearing her father's agreement, Lin Xian couldn't help but jump up in joy. Her face was filled with excitement. Without saying anything else, she pulled Lin Rei along and rushed into the inner city. This time around, there was still no one watching them. With regards to this, Lin Rei's favorable impression of the Azure Mystic Emperor Empire increased once again. In the Xinyuan Empire, there was a clear contrast between the inner city and the outer city. The outer city was filled with merchants, but things were different in the inner city. The inner city was filled with the headquarters of various sects and holy grounds. For example, the 10,000 Treasure Sect, the Alchemist Guild, the Formation Guild, the Talisman Guild, and the Weaponsmith Guild. These were all powers that no one dared to touch. Even the princes of the imperial capital had to follow their rules when they entered the shops of these powers. Chapter 1170. The inner city was much more desolate compared to the outer city. If the outer city was a market, the inner city would be filled with a few specialty shops. Desolate yet luxurious. The difference in spiritual chi between the inner city and outer city was also very obvious. The spiritual chi in the inner city was at least 4 to 5 times denser than the outer city. This was especially so for the pavilions in the inner city. They were simply many times more luxurious compared to the buildings in the outer city. Naturally, there were also many people on the streets. It was just that the noise in the outer city wasn't as chaotic. Not bad. Such an environment caused Lin Rei's mood to improve greatly. If it was like the outer city, he wouldn't be able to endure it. The Alchemy Guild. Lifting his head, he saw a guild in the distance. The words Alchemy Guild were extremely eye-catching. Even if Lin Rei didn't want to, he had no choice but to see it. Father, there's also an Alchemy Guild here? What Lin Rei saw, Lin Xian naturally saw as well. However, the difference in their reactions was too great. Upon hearing his daughter's exclamation, Lin Rei turned his head and gestured for her to keep quiet, after which he walked forward. As they walked, Lin Rei explained, the 4 great guilds are extremely mysterious. Up until now, no one knows when they will appear. We only know that there are 4 great guilds in every world. In this place, you have to restrain your personality. Earlier when you exclaimed, there were already a few strands of divine sense scanning you. So, remember, you can't be so flustered in the future. Moreover, after speaking, Lin Ray couldn't help but puff out his chest as he proudly continued. As the daughter of Lin Ray, what's there to be so flustered about in such a situation? Lin Xian, With regards to Lin Ray's words, she clearly couldn't accept it. After which, she retreated to the side with an expression as though she didn't know him. With regards to this, Lin Ray smiled and ignored it. He continued walking forward, but his divine sense was still on Lin Xian. In such a place, she was actually captured. Even if he wanted to save her, he was powerless to do so. Have you heard? The StarCloud Commerce Organization is holding an auction today. What? StarCloud Commerce? That's right. I'm just on my way to the StarCloud Commerce Chamber of Commerce. I've heard that the StarCloud Commerce Chamber of Commerce has something good up for auction this time. Moreover, I've heard that the StarCloud Commerce Chamber of Commerce wants to auction off the shop in the middle of the 4 great guilds. Don't you think it's appropriate to miss such a grand event? F*CK. Why didn't you say so earlier? Hurry. The casual conversation of strangers attracted Lin Ray's attention. Of course, it wasn't for the good stuff that they were talking about, but for at the shop. Sienna, let's go take a look, Lin Ray said with interest. Where to? Lin Ray. Facing his daughter's indifference, he was also helpless. Just now, someone said that there will be an auction in the StarCloud Commerce. Such a grand event. Do you think it's good if we don't go and join the fun? Besides, I have nothing to do now. I've been shopping for so long, so I'll just take it as a break. After speaking, he didn't wait for Lin Xian to agree. He grabbed her hand and followed the stranger who spoke earlier. The StarCloud Commerce Organization was one of the top-tier commerce organizations in the Yellow region. Its influence was spread throughout the entire Yellow region, and although it couldn't be compared to the Holy Grounds, its wealth was comparable to an empire. The disciples of its commerce organization were so strong that they wouldn't lose out to first-rate sections. There were many people on the road, and the majority of them were heading towards the direction of the StarCloud Commerce Organization. Among them, there were Dao Fruit Saints, God Emperors, God Monarchs, and Paragons. However, there were only a few Dao Fruit Saints. Thinking about it, although they were in the Holy World, this was after all the Yellow region, the most barren place in the Holy World. No matter how powerful the Emperor dynasty was, Saint Realm experts wouldn't casually appear here. In the hearts of Saint Realm experts, cultivation was the most important thing. As for these trivial matters, they would usually leave it to their disciples or sects to handle. They only needed to be in charge of cultivation and become the support of their sections. As they got closer and closer to the StarCloud Commerce Organization, Lin Ray also heard quite a lot of things. It was said that this shop was extremely popular, and even the 4 great sects had acted. From this, one could see that they were all determined to obtain the shop. The StarCloud Commerce Organization was located right beside the 4 great sections. It occupied an extremely vast area, just like the StarCloud auction house they were currently in. Just the auction house alone was tens of thousands of square meters in size, and the architecture was extremely extravagant. From the exterior, one could tell how wealthy the StarCloud Commerce Organization was exactly. Arriving at the entrance of StarCloud Commerce, Lin Li stared blankly at the enormous house. Then, he came back to his senses. Perhaps it was even more intense. Let's go. He brought Lin Xian into the StarCloud auction house. This place was separated into the 1st level, 2nd level, 3rd level, and 4th level. With regards to such a place, Lin Ray knew that as long as one was willing to pay, they could even enter the 4th level. He didn't follow the crowd to the 1st level. Instead, he turned and brought Lin Xian to the counter. I wonder if there are any conditions to enter the 2nd or 3rd level. At this moment, the person sitting in front of the counter was a young lady. Her features were extremely young, and her figure was close to perfection. 2nd level? 3rd level? Upon hearing this, the young lady inclined her head and stared at Lin Rei and Lin Xian. Her expression froze for a moment before she smiled. If you want to enter the second level, the third level is extremely simple. The second level requires 200,000 Saint Realm crystals, and the third level requires 600,000 Saint Realm crystals. How is it? Do you still want to go up now? The young lady inquired, her face filled with interest. Dad, why don't we forget it? 600,000, go up, why not? Before Lin Xian could finish her words, Lin Rei directly interjected. With an intention of his will, he passed the interspatial ring containing 600,000 Saint Realm crystals to the young lady. Lin Rei's straightforwardness caused the young lady to be stunned. Although this was the Xinyuan Empire and there were many rich people here, this was the first time she had seen someone spending 600,000 Saint Realm crystals for a room. Naturally, she recovered from her shock after a short moment. A smile instantly appeared on her face as she casually passed a token to Lin Rei. With her other hand, she took the interspatial ring from Lin Rei's hand and directly tossed it to the side without even glancing at it. Sir, this is the key to room number 16 on the third level. The two of you can head there. Don't you want to take a look? What if it's not enough? The young lady's actions caused Lin Rei to be stunned. Although 600,000 Saint Realm crystals wasn't much to him, he didn't expect that the young lady would casually toss the key to him. Sir, you must be joking. Do you think someone who casually spends 600,000 Saint Realm crystals to buy a room would lack this amount of money? In any case, this servant doesn't believe you. After speaking, the young lady covered her mouth and laughed, her beauty causing the downfall of empires. As the saying goes, a smile capable of causing the downfall of a city would bring forth hundreds of charms. Chapter 1171. Without another word, she led her daughter up to the third floor. As for the receptionist, although she was beautiful, she was still a little lacking compared to Ing. Dad, look at how beautiful that young lady is. That tiny waist, that petite face, that coquettish voice. I feel that you should go up and give it a try. With your status, I believe that young lady will definitely throw herself at you. On the way, Lin Xian couldn't help but speak. Lin Rei was speechless. She was sweating profusely and almost fell down. She looked at her daughter beside her with a stunned expression and rolled her eyes. She didn't say anything. Dad, I'm telling the truth. That lady is indeed enough. Don't say any more. Not waiting for Lin Xian to finish her words, Lin Rei directly interjected. Little girl, the more you talk, the more ridiculous you are. How could a girl ask her father to do such a thing? It's fortunate that your mother isn't here. If your mother were to find out about what you did just now, at that time, if your butt doesn't explode, I'll write my name Lin backwards. Father, I was just joking. Don't joke with your own daughter. Obviously, she was afraid, which made Lin Rei a little surprised. He was just joking just now, but he didn't expect it to have such an effect. Thinking of the lawless behavior of the little lass, as well as the earlier incident, Lin Rei instantly thought of a way to subdue Lin Xian. The two of them chatted as they went up to the third floor. Room 16 was easy to find. They followed the room number and finally found their own room. He took out the card from the front desk and stuck it on the door. With a click, the door opened. Huff, huff. The door opened, and a wave of pure Holy Spirit chi gushed out and washed over Lin Rei and his companion. Not bad. This room, the density of the holy spiritual chi, this star cloud commerce really dared to spend a lot of money. Feeling the density of the holy spiritual chi, Lin Rei couldn't help but admire the star cloud commerce's generosity. Father, this is a spirit-gathering formation. From the looks of it, its level isn't low, Lin Rei said, understanding what she meant. He brought Lin Xian into the room and closed the door. At this moment, the layout of the room was extremely simple. There were tables, stools, beds, tea sets, decorations, and what shocked Lin Rei was the carpet that was spread on the floor. Although Lin Rei did not know where the blanket came from, he knew it was a kind of demonic beast fur. The demonic beast cultivation was at least at the peak ultimate god realm, or even at the half-saint realm. This level of extravagance was something that even the Nine Heavens Chamber of Commerce had never done in the past. Yet this star cloud commerce was so extravagant that it was a pity for their influence in the holy world. In the outside world, there were more and more people in the Star Cloud auction house, so it was naturally unavoidable to hear miserable voices. Of course, the miserable voices were only limited to the first floor. From the looks of it, there were at least 100 people on the first floor. Currently, each of them were sitting on their own seats. On the first floor, facing the direction of the entrance, there was an arena that was about 30 to 40 feet long. The arena was decorated with all kinds of luxurious decorations. It was definitely the extravagance of the Star Cloud commerce. What made Lin Ray surprised was that the cultivations of the guards and patrolling guards were all very strong. Most of them were at the God Emperor realm. Of course, the gatekeeper was at the God Monarch realm. In such a place, there were actually people with such cultivation bases. Just earlier, in this auction house, he could faintly sense the aura of a late-stage Dao fruit saint. This series of events indicated that the Star Cloud commerce was very strong. At the very least, from the looks of it, the disciples of the Star Cloud commerce were comparable to the disciples of the Xuanzong Sect. As expected of the divine world. Just the Yellow Region commerce has such a deep foundation. TSK. His admiration for the Star Cloud commerce grew stronger and stronger, and his interest in it grew. As for the auction items of the Star Cloud commerce, Lin Ray was even more interested. He was very much looking forward to what the next auction item would be. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 4 hours passed. The doors of the Star Cloud auction house were slammed shut, and the originally clamorous voices on the first floor stopped abruptly the instant the doors were shut. The entire auction house was silent, so silent that even sparrows couldn't make sound. The silence was so eerie that it felt strange. Number 16 on the third floor, in the room Lin Ray was in, Lin Xian's interest was piqued. She walked to the window and leaned against it, propping up her chin with one hand as she stared at the silent scene below. A look of interest flashed on her face. "Dad, do you think there will be good items in the auction this time around?" His gaze landed on his daughter. Lin Ray had a bitter smile on his face. What does she mean by there won't be good items? Such a huge auction house. If there weren't any good items, how could it be opened? Not only that, which auction house didn't have good items? Even if it wasn't good in your eyes, it would still be good in the eyes of others. As she thought of this, she rolled her eyes and spoke. That would depend on whose eyes it is. Who knows? Maybe there will be good items this time around. But of course, this would depend on your judgment. If you say that the item is good, then it is good. If you feel that it isn't good, then it naturally isn't. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian started. All right then. The room fell into silence. Lin Ray's gaze turned downwards. His expression was filled with anticipation. Boom! Boom, boom! All of a sudden, in the silent auction house, the sound of a drum rang out. The sound wasn't loud, but it felt as though it had penetrated through the air. The sound of the drum was deep and resounding. Good stuff, at the very least. It should be a low-grade divine weapon. At the instant the sound of the drum rang out, the quality of the item appeared in Lin Ray's heart. Everyone, a resonant male voice that was filled with a penetrating power abruptly rang out. The instant the voice of the man rang out, the gazes of everyone in the auction house were all focused on the stage on the first floor. At this moment, a middle-aged man appeared on the stage. His cultivation was retracted, his eyes were bright and spirited, and the luxurious robes he was clad in caused the crowd to be speechless. Upon sensing the gazes of the crowd, the middle-aged man smiled as he spoke. "My name is Liao Chun, a gold-ranked auctioneer of the Starcloud auction. Everyone, welcome to the Starcloud auction house to participate in the auction. I believe that this auction will not disappoint you away." Clap, clap, clap. As the sound of Liao Chen's voice faded, a series of clapping sounds rang out. The faces of everyone in the auction house were filled with excitement. Good. I understand everyone's thoughts. Since this is the case, let the Starcloud auction begin. The smile on the middle-aged man's face faded. After speaking, He waved his hand, and a few moments later, a woman carried out a cross-legged item covered by a black cloth and stood beside Liao Chun. At this moment, the gazes of the crowd were all focused on the woman who was carrying the item. There was no lack of impatient people in the auction house. They released their divine sense to probe the item, but when their divine sense landed on the black cloth, they were all stunned. There seemed to be something like a barrier isolating their divine sense outside. Chapter 1172. Liao Chan was also a cultivator, and his cultivation was at the late-stage God-Emperor realm. Naturally, he could sense the divine senses of the crowd. However, he didn't expose them from the start to the end. Instead, he smiled as he swept his gaze across the crowd. Cultivation, since the first auction item has been brought up, let's begin. As he spoke, he reached out and pulled the black cloth on the plate. With a swoosh, he lifted it. Suddenly, the first auction item was exposed in front of everyone. What is that? Is that a token? F***K. Is the Star Cloud Commerce joking? Using this kind of thing as an opening remark to fool people. F***K, a token? F***K, this must be a joke. For a moment, the appearance of the first auction item caused the crowd to be stunned, after which they started discussing amongst themselves. Waves of voices entered Liao Chen's ears, but he didn't show any dissatisfaction. On the third floor, in Lin Rei's room, the first auction item naturally appeared in front of Lin Rei. With regards to the appearance of this item, Lin Rei's first reaction was the same as the crowd on the first floor. He felt that the Star Cloud Commerce was too careless. Something's not right. This item isn't as simple as a token. His divine sense descended upon the medallion. He had never seen the material of this medallion before. What shocked Lin Li even more was that within the medallion, there was a hint of divine sense that was so weak that it was almost undetectable. This trace of divine sense was very weak, extremely weak. If one didn't examine it carefully, they wouldn't be able to detect the existence of divine sense within. Father, this item. Seeing the changes in her father's expression, Lin Xian probed. Bid for it. Although I don't know what use this token has, but since the Star Cloud Commerce brought it out for auction, this item definitely isn't simple. Lin Rei decided. He believed that this item was definitely not simple. Oh, fine. Although Lin Xian didn't understand her father's decision, she would naturally carry it out since he said so. Below, on the auction stage, Liao Chun listened to the crowd's discussion and said, "This token was obtained from the Luo God Mystic realm. Its material is special. The armorers of the Armorer Guild once examined its material, but they were unable to confirm it in the end. Furthermore, commercial divine artifacts cannot damage it at all. It is impervious to water and fire. At first, I didn't know what this token was, and since it was the first item to be auctioned, the price was much cheaper." As he spoke, no one spoke, and Liao Chun didn't feel awkward at all. It was as if he had already known this would happen. The first item is the mysterious token. The starting price is 200,000 low-grade Saint Realm crystals, and each increment must be no less than 50,000. Let the competition begin. The highest bidder wins. There was complete silence. The moment Liao Chun finished speaking, the sound of the token going off was completely silent. The cultivators below all looked at each other. In the end, no one placed the token on the auction list in their hearts. He wasn't the only one. Everyone on the second and third floors were the same. No one spoke. Time passed little by little. Liao Chen didn't feel embarrassed at all. After waiting quietly for more than 10 minutes, a trace of disappointment flashed across his face when he saw that no one was competing. Of course, this disappointment only lasted for a moment. If that's the case, then this auction item, 250,000 low-grade Saint crystals. Suddenly, when no one intended to become a monk and the auctioneer was about to take the item off the shelf, a bidder made a bid. Wow! At this moment, the entire Star Cloud auction house was in an uproar. Everyone turned to look at the room that made the bid. On the third floor, room number 16. That's right, the bidder was Lin Rei. 250,000 250,000. Anyone else? 250,000. Liao Chen looked at the room that Lin Rei was in. His initial disappointment was replaced by a smile. Although the price was much lower than expected, he could at least break even if he sold it. 250,000 going once. His gaze swept across the crowd. As usual, no one had any intention to bid. 250,000 going twice. 250,000 going thrice. Bang. Sold. The auctioneer made the final decision. At this moment, the auction item was won by Lin Rei at the price of 250,000 low-grade Saint Realm crystals. Congratulations to the young master in room number 16 on the 3rd floor. He has won the first auction item for 250,000 low-grade Saint Realm crystals. After saying that, the auctioneer waved his hand and signaled the attendant beside him. The attendant understood the auctioneer's intention and walked towards Lin Rei's room on the 3rd floor. Lin Rei's bid gave the crowd a big smokescreen. They didn't understand who would spend 250,000 for such a useless item. All right, the small interlude is over. The first auction item is over. Next up is the second auction item. After saying that, another attendant walked out from the back and came to Liao Chen. Everyone's gaze once again focused on the item in the attendant's hand. This time, they didn't release their divine sense like before. Instead, everyone's gaze fell on Liao Chen with anticipation. The scene was silent, waiting for Liao Chen to reveal the item. The crowd's reaction made Liao Chen smile even wider. He didn't want to spoil the crowd's appetite. With a faint smile, he said, "I believe everyone has heard that the shop in the middle of the 4 major guilds is going to be auctioned this time." As soon as Liao Chen said that, the crowd couldn't remain calm anymore. The main event was here. They all thought that the shop would appear at the end, but they didn't expect it to appear in the second auction item. Moreover, the first auction item was an insignificant item. "Steward Liao, don't beat around the bush. Since you've come out, hurry up and say it. Our time is precious, and we don't have time to waste on you. Yeah, hurry up and start bidding. Yeah, Steward Liao, hurry up." Everyone in the auction house, whether it was on the 1st floor or in the rooms upstairs, echoed Liao Chen's words. This was exactly what Liao Chen wanted to see. All right, since everyone knows, let's start the second round of the auction. After saying that, Liao Chen lifted the black cloth and revealed a black key. Everyone in the rooms upstairs stood up excitedly when they saw the black key. They came to the window and locked their eyes on the key on the auction stage. The auction for the central shop will now begin. The token price is 1 million mid-grade Saint Realm crystals. Each bid must not exceed 500,000 mid-grade Saint Realm crystals. The highest bidder wins. Let the auction begin. 2 million. As soon as Liao Chen's voice fell, an old man's voice sounded in the auction house. 3 million. 4 million. 6 million. The price soared to 6 million in an instant. It was no longer as silent as before. Everyone started bidding. However, the ones who were bidding were all upstairs. The people on the 1st floor were all silent. No one made a bid. 10 million. My 1,000 treasure sect will take this shop. Chapter 1173. 1,000 treasures sect, what arrogance. Indeed, since when can 1,000 treasures sect act so presumptuously in Emperor Xuanyuan's capital? Indeed, our 4 major guilds haven't even spoken yet, and your 1,000 treasures sect is already so arrogant. It seems that your 1,000 treasures sect has become arrogant these days. 1,000 treasures sect, very arrogant. I wonder if you can afford to offend our weapon refining guild? For a moment, the atmosphere was filled with the smell of gunpowder. This was just the beginning, and the 4 major guilds had already appeared and angrily attacked the 1,000 treasures sect. If anyone could win the central shop, then for a moment, the 1,000 treasures sect could be said to be standing at the heart of the storm. The people from the 1,000 treasures sect probably didn't expect that just by speaking, they would receive such treatment from the 4 major guilds. Although the 4 major guilds and the 1,000 treasures sect usually had many conflicts, it was all in the dark. Generally, no one dared to do so openly, but now, for a shop, they had actually caused such a commotion. It was truly a lively scene for everyone present to watch. On the third floor, in room 16, Lin Ray was amused as he listened to the smoke outside. The actions of the top guilds made him a little curious. Just a central shop was enough to cause such powerful forces to tear each other apart. Thinking about this, Lin Ray laughed. The more it was like this, the happier he was. My weapon refining guild offers 15 million. My alchemy guild offers 18 million. Each and every one of you, my formation guild offers 20 million. The four major guilds spoke. As the saying goes, they won't stop until they're shocked to death. Now, the way they increased the price was so crazy. This was only the major guilds and sections. Who else had such powerful financial support? An empire? What a joke. The seller of this shop was the imperial family of an empire. Since everyone has made a bid, my talisman guild naturally can't be the last one. At this time, a woman spoke. Her voice was very pleasant, like the sound of an oriole, crisp, moving, and causing one's imagination to run wild. The Talisman Guild offers 30 million mid-grade Saint Realm crystals. I wonder, is there anyone with a higher cultivation? Cultivation level, you have to think carefully. There are millions of middle-grade Saint Realm crystals. Although your guild and sect are very strong, and you don't lack Saint Realm crystals, are you sure you can make the decision? The person in charge of the Talisman Association spoke again. In the 4 rooms on the 4th floor, pill concocting, equipment forging, spell formations, the 10,000 Treasures Sect, and the other auctioneers' faces darkened when they heard this. The Talisman manager wasn't lying. Although they had a high status in their own territory, 30 million Saint Realm crystals wasn't a small amount. They couldn't afford it. Furthermore, even though winning the bid for the Central District store could represent his standing, the price he had to pay was simply too high. Given the current situation, if anyone were to bid for the central shop, they would most likely offend the other shops. To be able to achieve their status, they were naturally not fools. Their first priority was to protect themselves. Even if they failed to win the bid for the central store, they would at most be punished when they returned. After thinking for a moment, the urge in his heart slowly calmed down. A smile appeared on his face as he looked towards the room where the Talisman Guild was located. Since your Talisman Guild is so generous, then my Alchemy Guild naturally can't compare. Since that's the case, my Alchemy Guild will give up this opportunity to bid. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present felt stifled and strange expressions appeared on their faces. Generally speaking, the Alchemist Guild had always been unyielding, but why was it like this time? Since the Alchemy Guild has given up, then my Blacksmith Guild naturally can't continue. We'll also give up. My Formation Guild will also give up this bid. As they spoke, they changed the topic. The Thousand Treasures Sect has always been known for being rich and overbearing. I believe it will be the same this time. Let us first congratulate the Thousand Treasures Sect for winning the Central District store. The Thousand Treasures Sect was speechless. This time, when the Thousand Treasures Sect heard these words, his expression became even more gloomy. He looked towards the Formation Guild. He didn't expect the Formation Guild to be so insidious. Elder Qiong, don't be angry. They are obviously trying to stir up trouble. At this moment, the young man sitting on top of Elder Qiong reached out and patted him. Then, he stood up and went to the window. He removed the illusion formation and cupped his hands towards the Formation Guild's room. I am Lu Qingfeng. I admit that my Thousand Treasures Sect is unable to bid for the Central District store. Since that's the case, whoever wants to bid for the Central District store, my Thousand Treasures Sect will book a room and pay a generous visit. Asterisk wow. Asterisk as soon as he said that, the crowd went into an uproar. Even Lin Ray couldn't help but take another look at Lu Qingfeng. He was able to bend and stand as needed. To be able to do that in such a situation, he shouldn't be underestimated. On the auction stage, Liao Chun hurriedly spoke out. No matter which side had a conflict, it would affect the Star Cloud commerce. All right, let's get back to the topic. As soon as Liao Chun spoke, everyone's eyes turned to him. Central District store, 30 million going once, Liao Chen spoke to smooth things over. Everyone knew that Liao Chen was trying to smooth things over. As for the first and second time that Liao Chen said, it was purely superfluous. If the Talisman Association was able to accomplish such a feat with so many powers in the past, then who would dare to make a bid? Glancing at the crowd, he knew that no one would bid after the Talisman Guild did this. 30 million going twice, 30 million going thrice, 35 million. Asterisk boom, asterisk, just when everyone thought that this was the end of the matter, just when Liao Chen thought that no one would bid anymore and was about to make the final call, a demonic voice entered everyone's ears. At this moment, everyone couldn't stay calm anymore. The four major guilds, 1,000 Treasures Sect, Royal Family, and all the Grade 1, Grade 2, and Grade 3 forces in the Azure Mystic Imperial Empire were shocked. The ones who were the most shocked were the 1,000 Treasures Sect and the other three major guilds. They didn't expect that someone would dare to provoke the Talisman Guild. On the fourth floor, Lu Qingfeng stood by the window and glanced at Lin Rei's room. A faint smile appeared on his face. Interesting. He dares to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. How interesting. Tisk TSK. The person who spoke sounds awesome. I'm afraid this guy's going to be in trouble this time. In the Talisman Guild's room, a young lady locked her gaze on Lin Rei's room. Her face was gloomy and she was very unhappy. Go. Find out which force is in that room. As soon as she said that, a man appeared from the dark. After responding, he quietly disappeared. At this moment, Lin Rei's room became the focus of everyone's attention. However, there was only pity and pity in everyone's eyes. In their opinion, offending the Talisman Guild was equivalent to a dead end. At this moment, Liao Chen was the happiest. Who would complain about having more money? Previously, the four major guilds and the 1,000 Treasures Sect stirred up trouble, and he couldn't do anything about it. Now that a dark horse suddenly appeared, how could he not be happy? His gaze locked on Lin Rei's room, and he said, 35 million mid-grade Saint Realm crystals. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? 35 million Saint crystals, 40 million. The lady from the Talisman Guild spoke again. She glared at Lin Rei's room's window angrily. She looked like she wanted to eat someone and drink their blood. Everyone in the room was stunned. 40 million Saint Realm crystals had shocked everyone. The three major guilds and the 1,000 Treasures Sect were also shocked. 40 million Saint Realm crystals was the annual income of the 1,000 Treasures Sect. How could they not be shocked? In Lin Rei's room, Lin Xian turned her head and looked at Lin Rei when she heard the Talisman Guild's bid. Father, do you still want to bid higher? Of course, why not? Isn't it just 40 million? Don't worry, we have plenty of money. Okay. Lin Xian loved to hear this sentence the most. After receiving the affirmation, she turned her head and said to Liao Chen, 41 million. Pooh. When Lu Qingfeng, who was drinking tea, heard this, he didn't care about his image and directly spat out a mouthful of tea. He looked at Lin Rei with a strange expression. The one who wasn't flustered was him. Even Lin Rei didn't expect his daughter to be so mischievous. But he liked it. You guys, the lady from the Talisman Guild was even more enraged after hearing Lin Rei's words. She wanted nothing more than to rush over and punish him on the spot. Miss, are we still bidding? 40 million Saint Realm crystals is the limit the guild can offer. If we continue bidding, I'm afraid the guild leader. I'm bidding, why not? How can I, Feng Miaoyan, lose to others? She glared at the old lady, her face filled with unhappiness and unwillingness. It was as though not bidding would be the greatest insult to her. 45 million Saint Realm crystals. 45 million Saint Realm crystals. Feng Miaoyan smiled bitterly in her heart. This 45 million Saint Realm crystals is the bottom line. If it still isn't enough, I'm afraid I'll have to give up. As she thought of this, she glared at Lin Rei with hatred and gritted her teeth. One day, I'll find out who you are. At that time, I'll make sure you die. However, what Feng Miaoyan didn't want to hear the most still happened. The moment the bid of 46 million Saint Realm crystals entered her ears, the last bit of hope in her heart was shattered by 46 million Saint Realm crystals. 46 million Saint Realm crystals. The young master from room 16 on the third floor has bid 46 million mid-grade Saint Realm crystals. Are there any higher bids? As she spoke, she looked at the crowd with a smile. The joy in her heart couldn't be concealed in the slightest. She initially thought that 30 million Saint Realm crystals would be the limit. But now, there was an additional 16 million Saint Realm crystals. How is this possible? Those two are so rich. At the front desk of the Star Cloud auction, the lady who served Lin Ray's parents previously knew that the person in room 16 on the third floor was a person. That's right, 600,000 Saint Realm crystals for a room. It's possible to fork out more than 40 million Saint Realm crystals, but since they're so rich, why haven't I heard of them before? Thinking of the two unfamiliar faces, the lady couldn't figure it out. At this moment, Lin Ray's identity became the most puzzling question in everyone's heart. 46 million Saint Realm crystals going once. Liao Chen paused and glanced at the crowd. When he saw that no one else was bidding, he opened his mouth again. 46 million Saint Realm crystals going twice. 46 million Saint Realm crystals going thrice. Bang! Sold! Once the hammer fell, there would be no regrets. Once the deal was done, Liao Chun became even happier. As the gold medal auctioneer of the StarCloud Commerce, he would be able to get a commission for every item he auctioned. Thus, the commission he would get for over 40 million was much higher than the commission of the entire auction. Congratulations to the young master in room 16 for obtaining the right to use the central store in the Xianyuan Empire. After speaking, the attendant beside him walked up to the third floor. With regards to this, the gazes of the crowd all landed on the door of room 16. They wanted to see who exactly opened the door. They also wanted to know how they would be treated by the Talisman Sect after the auction ended. Oh yeah, Dad, am I awesome or not? On the third floor, in Lin Ray's room, Lin Xian, who obtained the right to use the central store, was so agitated that she jumped up and walked towards her father, wanting to praise him. Awesome, my Xian is the most awesome. Lin Ray was very fond of his daughter's current cheerful personality. Compared to the coldness she exuded when she returned to the sect, it was much better. Father, don't make any noise. Someone is coming. Suddenly, Lin Ray gestured for silence, causing the originally excited Lin Xian to freeze. Sect leader, do you want to kill that person? A cold voice rang out from the room. Lin Xian wasn't surprised at all. Go on. Send him back to where he came from. Lin Ray spoke, his words filled with boundless killing intent. Yes, the voice replied. The coldness in the room instantly vanished as the temperature returned to normal. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking rang out. The killing intent in Lin Ray's eyes was instantly retracted. The terrifying aura he exuded was also retracted. At this moment, Lin Ray was no different from a mortal. Go and open the door. MHM got it. Lin Xian regained her usual elegance as she slowly walked to the door and opened it. The female attendant beside the auctioneer earlier appeared before Lin Xian. Miss, this is the key to the central store you obtained. Please check it. As she spoke, she pushed the tray up. Okay, these are the Saint crystals from the auction earlier. Without checking the authenticity of the key, Lin Xian waved her hands and kept the key. After that, she passed the 46 million Saint crystals she had prepared earlier to the attendant. In that case, this servant will take her leave first. Since her mission here was completed, there was naturally no need for her to stay. Without a chance, the attendant closed the door and walked to Lin Ray's side, taking out the key. Father, is this thing really so valuable? Lin Xian stared at the round ball in her hand with a face filled with bewilderment. When she thought of the Saint crystal she obtained a year and a half ago, she felt an indescribable pain in her heart, as though it was bleeding. Ha ha! Seeing his daughter in such a state, Lin Ray laughed. It's fine. Don't feel heartache over such a small amount of money. As he spoke, he stretched his hand out and grabbed the round ball as a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Didn't you say that we would be staying here for a long period of time? Now that we have some stores, with your father here, We won't be able to earn money if we don't stink. Lin Xian, when she thought of her father's methods, she started to sympathize with the four great guilds. When she thought of how the four great guilds might lose their jobs not long after, she couldn't help but feel a little excited in her heart. In front of them, the assassins sent out by Lin Ray found the person sent by the Talisman Guild and killed him without hesitation. As for the identity of the assassins, they were clear after checking the interspatial ring. Without making a sound, Lin Xian used assassination methods to conceal herself. She came to the entrance of the Talisman Guild's room, placed the corpse down, and left. The entire process didn't startle anyone, and she wasn't discovered by anyone. After completing such a magnificent feat, she returned to Lin Ray's side. Chapter 1174. Below, the auction continued. However, Lin Ray did not have the slightest desire to bid for the items at the back of the central store. Now that he had completed his business of the Star Cloud auction, he should prepare to work hard in the Azure Mystic Imperial Dynasty. When he thought of the financial power of the entire sect behind him, a sense of helplessness welled up in his heart. However, every time he thought of the mission issued by the system, this sense of helplessness became the motivation for him to work hard to improve his cultivation. Only then could he complete the mission and not be destroyed by the system. Young mistress, it's not good. Just as Lin Ray was bored to death and did not know what to do, in a room of the Talisman Association on the 4th floor, Snake Duke came to Feng Miaoyan's side with an unsightly expression and whispered in her ear. She was very clear about Elder Qiong's strength. It was normal for him to be calm when dealing with matters, but now, the person we sent out just now is what's wrong? A bad premonition welled up in her heart. From Elder Qiong's expression, she could make a guess. Something might have happened to the disciple they sent out just now. Sure enough, just as this thought came to her mind, she heard Snake Duke's voice. That disciple is dead in... As he spoke, he pointed to the door and said earnestly, the corpse is lying at the door. What? She stood up abruptly and looked in the direction of the door with an unsightly expression. She was inexplicably horrified. No one present had noticed the corpse at all. If the other party had wanted to kill her, she would have become a cold corpse by now. What made her even more incredulous was that even with Snake Duke's strength, he did not notice when the corpse was placed. According to Snake Duke's information, the corpse was cold. He must have been dead for a long time. Snake Duke's gaze fell on the room on the 3rd floor where Lin Ray was. Her heart was filled with fear. Yes, fear. The dignified young mistress of the Talisman Association was now filled with fear. Snake Duke looked at the young mistress' expression and sighed inwardly. Indeed, it was hard not to feel fear. Just the other party's method of placing the corpse at the door without anyone noticing was enough to make them tremble in fear. At that moment, no one in the room looked down on Lin Ray. It was impossible for someone with such strength to remain unknown in the Saint's world. She understood that no matter how many people she sent, it would be the same. Instead of losing soldiers and generals, it would be better to turn big problems into small ones, and small ones into nothing. One more friend would mean one more path. Thinking about it, Feng Miaoyan's complexion improved a little. She ordered the guard at the side, go and bury that brother. As for his family, compensate them with the highest compensation of the guild and receive the protection of the guild. Plop. Thank you, miss, for your benevolence. I will deal with it now. The 3 of them were wearing the same clothes as the corpse. More importantly, they had been brothers with the deceased for many years. Even though their brothers were dead, the guild had already done everything they could to protect them. The Talisman Guild was already doing very well. If it were other powers, they probably wouldn't be able to do what Feng Miaoyan did. Snake Duke praised Feng Miaoyan's actions. Feng Miaoyan was both brave and smart. She was indeed a great talent. Unfortunately, Feng Miaoyan was a girl and not suitable for men. Otherwise, the death of the Talisman Guild's disciple wasn't publicized. It was silently covered up. Lin Ray wasn't surprised by this at all. He even agreed with this way of dealing with it. Of course, if the other party was deliberately stirring up trouble, he would persist until the end. Although Lin Ray was afraid of trouble, he wasn't a coward. If there was trouble, he could just eliminate everything. Simple, violent, and effective. The Star Cloud auction didn't change because of Lin Ray's actions. It was still very lively. Everyone was trying their best to bid for things that they liked and were useful to them. The 4 major guilds and the 1,000 Treasures Sect made a few moves midway, but Lin Ray didn't make a move at all. Everyone was very puzzled by Lin Ray's silence. In just a moment, this silence was magnified by the crowd. Some said that Lin Ray had spent more than 40 million because he was out of money. Many people believed this. Some said that he had offended the 4 major guilds today and wanted to restrain himself. Some said that Lin Ray's guts were broken and he didn't dare to make a move again. All sorts of rumors flew, but Lin Ray didn't give any explanation. From his point of view, the benevolent saw benevolence and the wise saw wisdom. There were some idiots who wanted to fill in the blanks. He couldn't do anything about it. What Lin Ray was thinking about now was none other than the central shop. After all, he had spent so much money. He naturally had to get the money back from the higher-ups and use the profits to make more money for the sect. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to raise the sect to the level that the system wanted him to do all by himself. Thinking about this, the room fell silent. Lin Xian who was leaning against the window, looked down in boredom. The auction items were bought one by one. She wasn't interested in these items at all. From her point of view, the items that were auctioned earlier weren't even as good as her father's. Take weapons, for example. She remembered that the best grade of the items auctioned earlier was merely a high-grade divine weapon. Just the items in her interspatial storage were as numerous as the hairs on an ox. Of course, it was an exaggeration, but it was truly a dazzling array of items. Sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, tridents, whatever she wanted, she had it. Even if she lost one item every day, it would take a very long time before she could empty her interspatial storage. All right, everyone. Next up is a new batch of slaves that the Starcloud auction house obtained. Don't underestimate them. They all have great backgrounds. Seeing the confusion on the faces of the crowd, Liao Chen laughed. After which, he continued, "These people are all born from the heavens and earth. Their cultivation bases are innately strong, and their spiritual roots are extremely terrifying. A single one of them can fight against 4 to 5 people of the same level. Born from the heavens and earth." Liao Chen's words attracted the attention of everyone present. Born from the heavens and earth. This couldn't be a joke. Born from the heavens and earth. It was only when Hongmeng was first formed and the Desolate Era was born that there were living beings born from the heavens and earth. Right now, no one knew how long had passed since the Desolate Era. Now that Liao Chen suddenly said that the heavens and earth were born from the heavens and earth, no one would believe such words. But these words caused Lin Xian's interest to be piqued. She had seen living beings born from the heavens and earth before. For example, Xiefeng was a living being born from the heavens and earth. Tao Tai, Pixiu, Devourer, etc. These were all living beings born from the heavens and earth. Her gaze was fixated on the stage below. At this moment, her interest was piqued. As for her father, Lin Ray, he was still in deep contemplation and didn't hear what Liao Chen said earlier. "Manager Liao, you must be joking. Living beings born from the heavens and earth. Do you think they still exist? Even if they do in this world, would you auction off such a good item? Indeed, how could the Starcloud Commerce be willing to auction off such a good item? Wouldn't it be better if they kept them in captivity?" Chapter 1175. What Lu Chengfeng said was what everyone was thinking. Indeed, if it happened to them, they wouldn't even think about spitting it out. Liao Chen acted as if he didn't see Lu Chengfeng's doubt. He continued with a smile. "Young Master Lu, you must be joking. My Starcloud Commerce Hall is a place of business. Since we have good things, we will naturally take them out to auction. To be honest, these few people have extremely firm hearts. Even though I have used all of my methods, I only managed to make them stop resisting. It is already impossible to make them give up their clan members. In this case, it didn't matter whether these people were in the Starcloud Chamber of Commerce or not. Instead, it was better to take them out to strengthen the Star Cloud Chamber of Commerce. At least they could get their memories back and a good reputation. They could even make friends with experts. How could the Star Cloud Chamber of Commerce miss such a good opportunity? Although he didn't believe the people Liao Chen mentioned, Lu Qingfeng vaguely believed what Liao Chen said now. Indeed, these natural creatures couldn't do anything. After all, this was not the untainted land. Now that the system of the holy world was completed, so what if they were born naturally? They couldn't make any waves. But even so, Lu Qingfeng was determined to get these people. After making the decision, he didn't say anything. He just waited quietly for the natural creatures to appear. The auction site was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Liao Chen looked at the expectant eyes of the crowd and waved his hand. A waiter led 8 people out from the backstage. One had to admit that the Star Cloud Chamber of Commerce was really good. The ratio of men and women was very balanced. There were 4 men and 4 women. All of them looked like they were in their 20s. Appearance. The men were handsome and confident. If they were rich, they would be handsome and rich. The women were beautiful. But at this moment, they looked delicate and pitiful. Their eyes were watery, which made them very lovable. As soon as the 8 people came out, all the people on the 4th floor stood up. The moment they scanned the 8 people with their spirit consciousness, their faces changed dramatically. Then they looked at them with blazing eyes and excitement. They had decided to get these 8 people. Just now, when the experts scanned the 8 people with their spirit consciousness, they found that the surrounding Holy Spirit Qi rushed into the 8 people's bodies automatically. Their investigation was very clear. These 8 people did not circulate their cultivation techniques. And although the amount of Saint's spiritual Qi was small, its speed was very fast. If that was the case, coupled with top-notch cultivation techniques, it wouldn't take long for the 8 of them to become saints. As such, the 8 people who were comparable to treasures, how could the crowd not be excited? On the stage, although Liao Chen couldn't see the expressions of the people on the 4th floor, he could imagine their current expressions and attitudes. Without saying too much, he said, 8 creatures born of nature. The starting price is 10 million, and each increment must be no less than 3 million. The highest bidder wins. Let's begin. As soon as he said that, the crowd could no longer sit still. Although 10 million was a lot, compared to the 8 people who had the potential to become sages in the future, this amount of money was nothing. 16 million. Just as Liao Chen had expected, Lu Qingfeng's voice sounded in the auction house as soon as he finished speaking. Humph! Lu Qingfeng, you want to snatch him from me, don't you? Feng Miaoyan's voice came out from the room and into everyone's ears. However, Lu Qingfeng was confused by his words. What does he mean? Snatch? It seemed like he was the one who spoke first. 40 million. Hiss! As soon as the number of 40 million was said, the crowd was shocked. Lu Qingfeng, who wanted to say something, was also refuted by the number of 40 million. In the hall on the 1st floor, everyone couldn't help but gasp when they heard the number of 40 million. They looked at the room of the Talisman Guild in shock. Miss Feng, you're really generous. You just casually said 40 million. I have to say, Miss Feng, you're really bold, the manager of the Alchemy Guild said. Humph, don't try to flatter me. If you have the ability, show me your real strength. Otherwise, you'll be a jerk. Feng Miaoyan didn't give him any face. You, as expected. As soon as Feng Miaoyan said that, the old man was deflated. He immediately said, 50 million. The old man's face was full of a confident smile. He believed that 50 million to buy 8 slaves was the most awesome thing in history. Who would have the courage to spend 50 million at once? What's more, the 50 million was for the slaves. In the Alchemy Guild, medicinal pills were extremely profitable. They were much more profitable than talismans and formations. Of course, the Blacksmith Guild was the same as the Alchemy Guild. The entire hall was silent. No one said anything. Even Lu Qingfeng was silent. Indeed, he didn't have the right to spend 50 million to buy 8 slaves. He was using the Sect's money. Feng Miaoyan was even more so. Although she was the miss of the Talisman Guild in the Xianyuan Imperial capital, she didn't have the right to use the guild's assets. She was just a miss of a branch. The Blacksmith Guild was even more so. With the Alchemy Guild's help, there was no need to be strong. He couldn't fall out with the Alchemy Guild for 8 slaves who might die at any time. It wasn't worth it. The hall fell into silence again. Among the 6 rooms on the 4th floor, in the only room that was always open, a young man wearing a gorgeous robe was holding a folding fan in his hand. He had an amused smile on his face, as if the scene in front of him was very interesting. Make it more intense. Dogs biting each other. This scene is really good. Looks like no one is here this time. The young man said softly. If the words of a young man were heard by the 4 great guilds and the Myriad Treasure Sect, the Xianyuan imperial capital would definitely be in chaos. The entire auction hall was silent. Lin Xian, who had been observing the situation from her room, started to feel agitated when she saw that no one was increasing the price. 50 million. To the miss of the Xuanzong sect, this wasn't considered much at all. As for the 8 slaves on the stage, she was extremely fond of them. Lin Xian was determined to obtain them. She turned her head and glanced at her father, who was still deep in thought. She stuck out her tongue as a mischievous expression appeared on her face. After which, she called out a price that no one could reject. 80 million, 80 million, this miss wants these 8 slaves. Pada, pung, clang. Inside the auction house, there was the sound of a teacup falling to the ground, the sound of a table being smashed, and even some messy noises that could be heard everywhere. Everyone in the auction hall was even more shocked than before. Everyone turned their gazes to the 16th room on the 3rd floor. Their expressions were too complicated, and their hearts were filled with shock. Bastard, where did that fellow in the 16th room on the 3rd floor come from? 80 million mid-grade Saint Realm crystals just to buy 8 slaves? Is he crazy? Lin Xian didn't know that she had unknowingly become the target of someone. Chapter 1176. Old Xiong, what power do you think the person who bid 80 million is from? 80 million? This isn't a small sum. Although our 10,000 treasure sect can afford it, but it's just 8 slaves. Even if they were born from nature, even if Lord Father was here, he wouldn't do such a crazy thing. In the room of the 10,000 treasure sect, Lu Chengfeng stared in shock at Lin Xian. Behind him, Old Xiong was equally shocked as he spoke. Yeah, 80 million. I really don't know who the person is or what power he or she is from. 80 million to buy 8 slaves. Even the Azure Mystic Empire would be unable to compare. Since the 10,000 treasures sect was like this, the other rooms were even more so. Feng Miaoyan was even more shocked and jealous. Originally, everything should have gone smoothly today, but she was repeatedly outdone. This caused her temper to erupt. But when she thought of how generous the other party was, she couldn't be sure. 80 million was indeed a lot. She didn't have the ability to buy these 8 slaves. In addition, 80 million did make her want to explode, but she didn't have the temper to do so. In an auction, the highest bidder wins. If one didn't have the ability to do so, then the entire hall was silent. Liao Chun was truly shocked. In his estimation, the price of 8 slaves would at most be 50 million. But now, the price had exceeded his estimation. However, who would complain about having too much money? For an auction, the highest bidder would win, and no one would refuse. In the entire auction, only Lin Xian herself felt that this was nothing. From her point of view, Saint crystals were meant to be spent. If not, what was the point of keeping them? To give birth to children? What a joke. They had to be able to give birth to children first. Everything she did, Lin Ray had no idea. If he knew, he would be laughing bitterly. Spending 80 million to buy a slave, no matter how rich one was, one shouldn't spend so much. Staring at the silence below, Lin Xian furrowed her brows in displeasure. She then spoke. 80 million. You think it's too little? After speaking, she changed the topic to the crowd. Her tone was extremely domineering. If anyone wants to increase the price, this lady will accompany them. If you don't want to increase the price, hurry up and settle it. This lady doesn't have the time to wait with all of you. Boom! The crowd instantly exploded. How arrogant were these words? There were 4 major guilds, top sects, and even the royal family. There were even disciples of first, second, and third grade sections. These words were undoubtedly saying that if you don't have money, don't come out and embarrass yourselves. Bastard, this won't do. Mr. Snake, go and bring out the guild's St. Crystals. Today, this lady will let her know what it means to be rich, Feng Miaoyan said, flustered and exasperated. Interesting. This woman is really interesting. I'm afraid she will offend everyone here with her words. Lu Chengfeng smiled. He had seen arrogant people before, but he had never seen such an honest and arrogant person. He really had a personality. Young master, I think the other party said that our 1,000 treasure sect is also on the list. Elder Qiong reminded him awkwardly. He couldn't understand the young master's words. Logically speaking, shouldn't he be defending his own sect at this time? While the crowd was discussing fervently, Liao Chun, who was on the auction stage, also woke up from his stupor. He bowed to Lin Rei's room as an apologetic expression appeared on his face. I'm really sorry, I was distracted. After speaking, he ignored the crowd and directly continued with the auction. 80 million. 80 million going once. Although he knew that there shouldn't be anyone else here bidding, he still paused for a moment. 80 million going twice. 80 million going thrice. Peng sold. With a hammer strike, the transaction was completed. The moment the hammer fell, the 8 slaves became Lin Xian Er's slaves. Good, huh? Lin Xian Er's mood was extremely good after obtaining 8 slaves. She ignored her father and walked towards the door. Jia, under the gazes of the crowd, the tightly shut door of room 16 on the 3rd floor suddenly opened. Lin Xian Er's silhouette was completely exposed before the eyes of the crowd. That graceful bearing, that beautiful countenance, that perfect figure, they were all exposed before the eyes of the crowd. This, in a room of the Azure Mystic royal clan, the instant the young man saw Lin Xian Er's appearance, he was completely dumbfounded. His eyes stared dumbfoundedly at Lin Xian Er's countenance as his heart was filled with shock. Such a countenance. It can be said that it's unique in the heavens and earth. With regard to Lin Xian Er's countenance, the young man couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Such a countenance. It's truly worthy of the title of a goddess. In the 10,000 treasure sect, although Lu Chengfeng didn't say that he had seen countless beauties, Lin Xian Er's beauty was unparalleled in his eyes. This was especially so for the aura exuding from Lin Xian Er, causing him to be stunned. He had an impulse to rush over and greet her. The silence was normal, even quieter compared to when the price of 80 million was raised. Everyone was stunned when they saw Lin Xian Er's countenance. And when Feng Miaoyan saw the situation in the auction, the fire in her eyes couldn't be suppressed any longer. What's so amazing about her? Isn't she just a little better looking? Is there a need to act like this? Snake Duke. However, Lin Xian didn't care about the stunned looks of the crowd. Right now, at the entrance, she was staring at the 8 slaves on the stage as stars flashed in her eyes. Father, daughter will go down and take a look. I'll be back soon. Peng. As the sound of her voice faded, before Lin Rei could react, she directly slammed the door shut. At this moment, Lin Rei regained his senses. Staring at the empty room and his own tightly shut door, he was completely stunned. His face was filled with questions. What's going on? Where am I? What happened? These few questions. He instantly released his divine sense. It was impossible for him to allow Lin Xian to continue on like this. Go follow her. If there are any suspicious people who want to harm the little miss, kill them on the spot. His divine sense was locked onto Lin Xian as he commanded. Yes, sect leader. The 10 members of the combat division who followed Lin Xian here all moved out. Not long after Lin Xian left, they split up and followed behind her. Their gazes were filled with vigilance as they circulated their cultivation arts, preparing for battle at any moment. This scene caused everyone present to be stunned. This was especially so for those from the 4 major guilds, the sects, and the royal clan. When they saw that the 10 people who appeared were all at the Grand Perfection God Emperor realm, their countenances grew increasingly unsightly. 10 Grand Perfection God Emperors, they could still afford to take out 10 of them. But what shocked them was that all 10 of them were standing guard beside Lin Xian Er. This caused everyone to be suspicious of the power behind Lin Xian Er. With regards to this, Lin Ray understood that as long as these 10 people appeared, there would be a huge gap in the future. But there was no choice. If he woke up earlier, he wouldn't have to allow Lin Xian Er to go down. However, alchemist Lin Li was rather curious as to what his daughter had bought while he was deep in thought. What had she been so eager to buy? At this moment, Chapter 1177. With regards to the 10 people behind her, Lin Xian didn't mind at all. She walked slowly and gracefully up the stage. "Miss, how should I address you?" As the auctioneer, he naturally had to approach Lin Xian Er. Lin Xian Er. With regard to Liao Chen's polite greeting, Lin Xian didn't put a heart. After which, she turned her gaze onto the 8 slaves. Looking at them, the smile on Lin Xian Er's face grew even wider. But when she saw the chains on their bodies, her smile instantly froze. "You come over here and undo the chains on their bodies. How can people who belong to me, Lin Xian Er, be in such a state?" Lin Xian Er's countenance turned gloomy as she spoke to the soldiers behind her. Yes, Mississippi Lin Xian Er's orders, the soldiers naturally didn't dare to disobey. This was especially so when they knew that the person before them was the daughter of their sect leader. One of the 10 members of the combat division stepped forward and stood in front of the 8 slaves. It was unknown when, but a long sword had appeared in his hand. Activating his cultivation technique, a sword radiance appeared. In an instant, the chains binding the 8 slaves were shattered, and they fell to the ground. And after doing all this, the soldiers respectfully retreated back to their seats, not saying a word. Not bad, this is more like it. Looking at the 8 slaves who were no longer shackled, the cold expression on Lin Xian Er's face was replaced by a smile. With an intention of her will, 8 healing pills appeared, and she passed them to them one by one. "Eat the pills. They will aid in your recovery. From today onwards, all of you belong to me, Lin Xian Er, and are no longer slaves. Do you understand?" Everyone was speechless. When Lin Ray saw this scene, he finally understood what his daughter wanted to do. Not bad. These 8 slaves, these 8 little fellows have decent talent and are innately close to the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. If they cultivate well, they might be able to become the cornerstones of our sect. His gaze landed on the 8 slaves and disciples. He was naturally very clear of the changes in their surroundings. However, if he knew that these 8 disciples were purchased with a price of 80 million Saint crystals, he would have fainted on the spot. Although he didn't care about this little amount of Saint realm crystals, it still didn't make sense for him to use 80 million to purchase it. However, other than Lin Ray, the others were all in an uproar. When they saw the long sword earlier, as well as the pills Lin Xian Er took out, the members of the 4 major guilds, sects, and royal clan were all staring at each other in shock. This was especially true for the Alchemy Guild and the Blacksmith Guild. They couldn't sit still any longer and wanted to ask about it. A top-grade divine artifact and a first-grade sacred grade healing pill. Tisk, the force behind this young lady is not to be underestimated. Even a disciple of hers is using a supreme-grade divine artifact and casually gave out 8 first-grade saint-grade elixirs. This kind of wealth is not simple. Lu Chengfeng clicked his tongue. Even his father, the current sect master of the Thousand Treasures sect, would not be able to do something like this, let alone him. Especially when it was 8 first-grade saint-grade healing pills for the 8 slaves he had just bought. This was even more impossible. As a gold-ranked auctioneer, Liao Chen's eyes were naturally sharp. With a single glance, he could tell the level of the item just now. Previously, he was being polite, but now, he was being respectful. He didn't want to offend this young lady who casually gave away a divine artifact and a first-grade saint-grade healing pill. Miss, let's hurry up. We have just arrived at the Xinyuan Empire and should be biding our time. But now that we have appeared, I'm afraid we might be targeted by the major powers here. At this moment, the leader of the combat division, Zhuang, transmitted his voice to Lin Xian to remind her. MHM, I understand. Lin Xian didn't refute. She understood the meaning behind Zhu Yang's words. She turned and watched her 8 subordinates consume the healing pills. After which, she took out an interspatial ring and casually tossed it over to Liao Chun. There are 80 million Saint crystals in here. I will be bringing these people away. After speaking, she didn't wait for Liao Chen's reply and turned to leave. As for the 8 subordinates she just bought, there were naturally people from the combat division guarding them. With them around, there was no need to be afraid that they would escape. However, at this moment, the smile on Lin Rei's face froze the instant he heard the number 80 million as his heart convulsed. He felt dizzy. What did it mean by his heart was bleeding? What did it mean by having the urge to die? At this moment, Lin Rei felt both. 80 million, and you bought 8 people for me? How many of them are made of gold? Even if they were made of gold, they wouldn't be so expensive. When he thought of how his daughter spent 80 million to buy 8 slaves, Lin Rei's anger flared up. The auction didn't stop because of Lin Xian's appearance. Liao Chen's slaves pulled the attention of the crowd back as the auction resumed. However, at this moment, the attention of the major powers wasn't on the auction. Instead, they were focused on the power in the 16th room on the 3rd floor. Ding. Mission. Set up a shop to provide cultivation resources for your sect. Ding. Mission. Befriend Lu Chengfeng of the Myriad Treasure Sect and obtain 10,000 top-grade divine artifacts and 100 saint artifacts, unlimited grade. Lin Rei, who was still fuming, suddenly froze on the spot when the ice-cold robotic voice of the system rang out in his mind. He froze for a long time before he recovered from his daze. However, when he thought of the 2 missions earlier, Lin Rei was filled with doubt. Wanting him to set up a shop to provide cultivation resources for his sect, he could understand this. But befriend Lu Chengfeng of the Myriad Treasure Sect and obtain 10,000 top-grade divine artifacts and 100 saint artifacts? What kind of operation was this? Jia! The door to the room opened. Lin Rei was pulled back to reality by the sound of the door opening. Lin Xian walked in with the 8 slaves she just bought. Ah, father, you're awake? The moment they entered the room, the father and daughter looked at each other. Abruptly, Lin Xian spoke first. Father, look at the maids and servants I bought for you. Look at their looks. They are all top-notch. In the future, with them around, father, shouldn't you be able to enjoy life? After speaking, the smile on her face remained. She jogged to Lin Rei's back and began to massage his shoulders and back. Her appearance was extremely lovable. Looking at the smile on his daughter's face, Lin Rei couldn't open his mouth to reprimand his daughter, even if he wanted to. Feeling the comfortable feeling on his shoulders, Lin Rei bitterly smiled and shook his head. He truly had no way to reprimand this daughter of his. There was no other way. This matter could only be left unsettled. Now that he had brought the slaves back, he couldn't possibly ask for a refund, right? As he thought of this, his gaze landed on the 8 slaves. The bitter smile on his face instantly vanished as he spoke. For the 8 of you, 2 of you will follow me. The other 6 will follow my daughter. If you serve her well, when this lord is in a good mood, I might even grant you your freedom. But if I hear a single word of complaint from Xian, then all of you can go to hell. Chapter 1178. Lin Rei's killing intent towered up into the sky, flooding the entire room. In fact, the instant the killing intent appeared, the formations in the room instantly shattered under the pressure of Lin Rei's killing intent. Everyone present could sense the commotion in Lin Rei's room. Their gazes all landed on him. This killing intent was so terrifying that it caused them to be unable to breathe. They had never experienced such a level of killing intent before. What is this exactly? How could he possess such killing intent? How many people did he have to kill to be able to accumulate such killing intent. AI, seems like the Xinyuan Emperor Palace is no longer peaceful. With such a killing god here, chaos is sure to ensue. This killing intent. For a period of time, everyone was mumbling in their hearts. They were all shocked and didn't know what to do with the sudden appearance of the killing intent. The four major guilds, the sects, and the royal family felt even more uncomfortable when they felt this murderous aura. This was especially true for the royal family, who was the host of this event. Who would like to see such a powerful expert with such murderous aura appear in their territory? And at this moment, Lu Qingfeng only had a single thought in his heart, towards Lin Rei and the others. He could only befriend them and not make them his enemy. However, at this moment, in Lin Rei's room, other than Lin Xian, the 8 maids and servants were all suppressed by the towering killing intent emitted by Lin Rei to the point they couldn't breathe. All of them prostrated themselves on the ground, their bodies trembling. They didn't dare to lift their heads, fearing that if they did, their lives would be forfeit here. At this moment, they no longer had any thoughts of fleeing. They didn't dare and couldn't. "Dad, look at you. You frightened them." At the side, Lin Xian rolled her eyes as she stood in between Lin Rei and the servants. "You." Lin Xian's actions caused Lin Rei to be dumbfounded. Could it be that he couldn't even teach someone a lesson now? As he thought of this, his heart was filled with anger. However, he had no choice. His daughter was in front of him. He couldn't possibly vent his anger on her. Exhaling a long breath, he calmed his agitated heart. "All right, all of you can stand up." "Yes, master." The 8 people responded and stood behind Lin Rei. They didn't say anything else. His gaze landed on Lin Xian. Staring at this daughter of his, Lin Rei helplessly shook his head and stood up. "Let's go. We can't stay here any longer." He knew that the array formation had been broken just now, so there was no point in doing this from the outside. Now, he had gotten what he wanted and what he didn't want. If he didn't leave, he was afraid that his silly daughter would squander all his money away. We're leaving now." And with regards to Lin Li's intention to leave, Lin Xian was clearly unwilling. She frowned, and with an aggrieved expression on her face, she stretched out her hand and grabbed onto Lin Li's arm, preparing to act coquettishly. "Father, look, I haven't." "Fine, you don't have to use this on me. This kind of trick is useless against me. Moreover, we're going to take a look at the central store later. Who knows, we might be able to clean up the central store today and open it for business." After speaking, he flung Lin Xian's hand away as he walked towards the exit. "I haven't had enough fun yet." Staring at the departing figure of her father, Lin Xian stomped her feet, wanting to finish what she wanted to say. But at this moment, Lin Rei's silhouette had already vanished from sight. With regards to this, Lin Xian helplessly lowered her head. She glanced at the 8 of them and waved her hands. "Let's go." After speaking, she led the 8 of them out of the room and chased after Lin Rei. The instant Lin Rei's silhouette appeared in the vision of the crowd, the gazes of everyone were all focused on him. Everyone was trying to probe Lin Rei's cultivation base. They really want to know what cultivation base this person had exactly, and even more so, what power did he belong to? But this caused everyone to be disappointed. They couldn't sense the slightest bit of spiritual qi from Lin Rei. Even for those at the same level as Lin Rei, they couldn't sense the slightest bit of spiritual qi from Lin Rei. The Lin Rei at this moment gave everyone the impression that he was an ordinary person, so ordinary that he couldn't be any more ordinary. How is this possible? Feng Miaoyan stared at Lin Rei with disbelief written all over her face. She truly couldn't believe that such an outstanding woman actually had a mortal as her father. This thought also appeared in the minds of the others. They didn't believe that a woman with a cultivation base at the Divine Monarch realm would actually have a mortal as her father. "Father, wait for me." Just as Lin Rei descended to the first floor, Lin Xian, and the 8 servants had already caught up to him. "Let's leave quickly." He didn't turn back, nor did he stop. He directly walked out of the auction house and arrived at the bustling streets outside. At this moment, the sky was already bright. After spending an entire night in the auction house, it was just the right time to leave. "Father, do you know the location of the central store?" Seeing her father stopping, Lin Xian walked over and inquired. At this, honestly speaking, he really didn't know where the central store was. The reason why he left was because he didn't want to be treated like a monkey by the crowd. Another point was that he had already gotten what he wanted in this auction. He was not interested in anything else, so there was no need for him to stay. Seeing her father speaking so much, a smile appeared on Lin Xian's face as she continued, "See, since you don't know, why did you still walk so far away?" Lin Rei. At this moment, Lin Rei didn't want to say anything. Being despised by his own daughter was a very embarrassing thing. "This uncle, may I know how to get to the central store?" Understanding her father's current feelings, Lin Xian didn't say anything more. With a flash, he arrived at the top of the mountain and found a random passerby to ask. The central shop. Seeing such a beautiful young lady, the passerby was naturally happy to speak. He then turned around and pointed at a building sign in the distance. "Do you see the Alchemist Guild and the other 3 guilds?" As he spoke, Lin Xian nodded her head in a daze. The shop in the middle of the 4 guilds is the Central Chamber of Commerce. With that, he left. After receiving the information, Lin Xian stuck her tongue out at Lin Rei as she mischievously said, "Let's go, I'll bring you to the shop." After speaking, she brought the servant with her and slowly walked towards the direction where she had asked for directions. Staring at the departing back view, Lin Rei bitterly smiled and followed after her. At the Starcloud auction hall, after Lin Rei's departure, the auction continued. However, there was no longer any interest in the auction. In the room where the 10,000 Treasures Sect was located, Lu Qingfeng had completely lost all thoughts of participating in the auction. "Old Xiong, you can continue the auction here. I'll take my leave first." After speaking, he stood up and prepared to leave. Young master, are you going to—" Lu Qingfeng's sudden action caused Old Xiong to be somewhat confused. "I'm going to take a look at the new boss of the central store." After speaking, without waiting for Old Xiong to speak, Lu Qingfeng opened the door and left. Chapter 1179. Not long after Lu Qingfeng left, Feng Miaoyan also left the auction house, leaving the auction house behind. The direction they were heading in was basically the same direction that Lin Rei and the others had left in. In front of the central shop, Lin Rei and the others stood still and looked at the shop that had become their territory. It looked noble and generous and elegant. The thing that satisfied Lin Rei the most was the fact that this place was large enough. It was much larger than any of the 4 great guilds. Staring at the shop before her, Lin Xian was completely dumbfounded. Her eyes shone with stars, as though she wanted to rush in and experience it for herself. This caused Lin Rei, who was beside her, to feel somewhat helpless. Why did he feel that his daughter was so inexperienced? Could it be that our sect isn't as strong as this place? Whether it was the quality of the palace or the density of the Holy Spirit Qi, there was nothing in the sect that could compare to this place. Of course, Lin Rei only said this in his heart. On the surface, he smiled and pointed at the shop in front of him, saying, "If you want to go, then go. This place is already ours." Whoosh, a strong gust of wind blew past his ear. A black shadow flashed past his ear and rushed to the front. "However, Father, you want me to enter, but you have to open the door for me first." Lin Xian stopped in front of the door as she turned her head and spoke helplessly. "Lin Rei." He took a step forward and took out the key. Then, he placed the key into the box. Gotcha! The moment the key was put in, a strange sound came from the door. The tightly closed door opened under the gaze of Lin Rei and the others. Boom! At the instant the door opened, a dense surge of holy spiritual qi gushed out from the gaps of the door. The force was so great that Lin Xian couldn't even stand properly and was sent flying by the holy spiritual qi. "Go back." Beside her, Lin Rei reacted quickly. He naturally wouldn't allow his daughter to be in such a sorry state. His peak early-stage Dao fruit cultivation base was instantly released. With a wave of his hand, the Holy Spirit Qi that had rushed out was instantly blocked by Lin Rei's cultivation base. As for his other hand, he placed it on Lin Xian's back as he channeled his pure Saint Spirit energy, causing Lin Xian, who was originally retreating, to halt her steps. Phew! She stopped in her tracks. Thinking back to what had just happened, she still had lingering fear in her heart. She never thought that just the rich Saint spiritual Qi would be able to put her in such a sorry state. From this, he could tell that her cultivation level was not high enough. Otherwise, she would not have been reduced to such a sorry state by a mere Saint spiritual Qi. Are you all right? Are you scared? Raising his hand to suppress the holy spiritual Qi, he turned around and looked at his daughter who was lying under the blanket. He looked her up and down and found that she was not injured. Only then did he feel relieved. Retracting her thoughts, Lin Xian felt warmth in her heart when she saw the concern in her father's eyes. She stubbornly replied, "How can I be injured? I'm your daughter." As he spoke, he stepped forward. At this moment, the door was completely open, and the incident from before was no longer happening. In response, Lin Rei did not stop her and allowed her to do as she pleased. However, his divine sense never left her body. Now that he had just entered the central shop, he didn't know anything about this place. Who knew if his predecessor had left any traps or mechanisms here? I'll give you guys 4 hours. Use all your strength to investigate this place thoroughly and make a detailed copy of the map. After that, clean this place up and come see me. Swish, swish. As the sound of Lin Rei's voice faded, 20 silhouettes rushed out from the shadows and arrived before Lin Rei. They bowed respectfully before vanishing again. And this scene was coincidentally witnessed by Lu Chengfeng and the others who came from afar. Looking at the 20 silhouettes that suddenly appeared and disappeared, the two of them were stunned and didn't dare to take a step forward. This person is not simple. Just his followers are all at the God Emperor realm and above. With such a cultivation level, they could be considered as the cornerstone of our 10,000 treasures sect. I didn't expect that he would actually order these people to clean the place. Yeah, isn't my talisman association the same? Feng Miaoyan subconsciously replied to Lu Qingfeng's words. This time, she didn't retort but agreed with his words. TSK, not simple. Such a person can only be a friend, not an enemy. Even if we can't be friends, we shouldn't provoke such an existence. Lu Chengfeng looked at Feng Miaoyan and said, "Yeah, you're right. When we get back, I'll order all the disciples and elders of the Talisman Association not to make trouble here." As soon as the words came out, the two of them looked at each other and smiled. This meant that they agreed with each other. As for Lu Chengfeng and Feng Miaoyan, Lin Rei knew about them the moment they arrived. "Come out. Have we been discovered?" Hearing Lin Rei's words, the two of them looked at each other. "I don't think so. He doesn't have any cultivation level. How could he have discovered us?" Lu Qingfeng speculated. However, their conversation, in Lin Li's ears, was simply laughable. What do they mean by no cultivation? What do you mean by how could he have discovered us? Of course, how could he say that out loud? Seeing that they didn't intend to come out, Lin Rei looked at the place where Lu Chengfeng and Feng Miaoyan were hiding. He locked his eyes on them and said, "Come out, you too." Hearing this, Lu Chengfeng and Feng Miaoyan were sure that they had indeed been exposed. Thinking of this, they didn't hide anymore. Instead, they stepped out and walked toward Lin Rei. "Little brother, how should I address you?" Looking at Lin Rei, Lu Chengfeng cupped his hands as he walked. "Little brother?" Lin Rei looked at Lu Chengfeng in surprise. This little brother's son was really a little strange. Although he admitted that he was indeed a little young, being only over 4,000 years old. But, "Little brother, I have a question. Just now, we restrained our cultivation level and thought that we were hiding. How did you detect us?" Feng Miaoyan asked with confusion. "Little brother again. Do I look so young?" Thinking of this, Lin Rei even reached out to touch his face. However, he didn't think that his face was small. He looked up at the two of them and said with a smile, "What brings you here?" Lin Rei didn't respond to Lu Chengfeng and Feng Miaoyan's questions. Instead, he said, "Hey, don't you have any manners? We asked you first, okay?" Feng Miaoyan, who had always been in a superior position, said unhappily when she saw that Lu Chengfeng had avoided her question and asked it first. F***CK, is this girl out her mind? She just said that she should try not to offend Lu Chengfeng. How could she forget what she said in the blink of an eye? Of course, this was not his problem. After all, he wasn't the one who had offended Lin Rei. Lu Chengfeng chose to step aside when facing Feng Miaoyan, acting as if he didn't know her. Lin Rei smiled at this. He was somewhat interested in Lu Chengfeng's behavior. Chapter 1180. Lin Rei was displeased by Feng Miaoyan's behavior. No one had ever dared to say that in front of him. However, he was interested in Lu Chengfeng. He was neither servile nor overbearing. He even gave in when he encountered trouble. Such a tactful person was rare. Moreover, he was very young, and his cultivation was not below the early stage of the ultimate god realm. His spiritual root, in particular, was the best water spiritual root. He looked at Lu Chengfeng and smiled. "How should I address you?" I'm Lu Chengfeng from the Wanbao Sect." Lu Chengfeng introduced himself subconsciously. As for Feng Miaoyan, Lin Rei did not intend to ask about her. Lin Rei smiled when he heard Lu Chengfeng's introduction. Damn it, the system just released the task, and now the target of the task has arrived. Thinking of this, the smile on his face widened. "So it's Lu Chengfeng from the Wanbao Sect. I've heard a lot about you. Well, let's go in and have a cup of tea." Then, he turned around and walked into the door without looking at Feng Miaoyan. Lu Chengfeng was left in a daze. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he was speechless. "I've heard a lot about you. Don't you know who I am?" He even suspected that Lin Rei had never heard of the Wanbao Sect. As for Feng Miaoyan, Lu Chengfeng did not care about her. He had told her not to provoke her, but she lost her temper as soon as she came. Did she think this was her backyard? Shaking his head, he walked toward the central shop. Feng Miaoyan had a complicated expression. She did not know whether to leave or stay. Thinking of her words and actions, she regretted it. However, it was a foregone conclusion. It was useless to say more. She looked at Lu Chengfeng's back and sighed. Then, she turned and walked toward the Talisman Guild. Although the shop was not tidied up, there were tables and chairs here. Therefore, there was no need to prepare anything special. Zhang Xian walked over to the table and flicked his sleeves. A gentle breeze blew past, and the dust on the table vanished without a trace. He walked slowly to the table and sat down. With a wave of his hand, a tea set appeared on the empty table. He also had a stove and a teapot. At this moment, Lu Chengfeng arrived. Seeing what Lin Rei was doing, Lu Chengfeng slowly walked to Lin Rei's side and sat down, waiting quietly. Lin Rei naturally knew about Lu Chengfeng's arrival. He casually placed an upper-grade Saint Realm crystal into the furnace. Suddenly, a ball of virtual fire appeared in the furnace and started to burn. Lu Chengfeng had seen furnaces before, but he had never seen one that used Saint Realm crystals as fuel. Just this fact alone was enough to tell him how extraordinary this furnace was. He released his divine sense and probed the furnace. He believed that this thing was not simple, but as soon as he probed it, he was completely dumbfounded. Disbelief and shock filled his face. Mother *Ker, a supreme grade divine artifact. As the young master of the Thousand Treasures Sect, he had come into contact with supreme grade divine artifacts, but he had nothing better to do than to use a supreme grade divine artifact as a tool to brew tea. That was too King extravagant. Moreover, Lu Chengfeng added an upper grade Saint Realm crystal, which made him feel like he was a beggar. Compared to him, the entire Thousand Treasures Sect was just a pauper. The more he thought about it, the more he found out about Lu Chengfeng's identity. They were all subordinates of the Emperor God, and they could casually use supreme-grade divine artifacts. What kind of force was this? Lin Rei knew Lu Chengfeng's appearance very well. Although he was brewing tea, he was still very concerned about Lu Chengfeng's actions. After all, this was a difficult task. If he did not take out something to intimidate Lu Qingfeng, he was afraid that Lu Qingfeng would not open his mouth. However, looking at the shock on Lu Chantian's face, he knew that he had achieved what he wanted. Next, he had to lure Lu Qingfeng to open his mouth and ask him to forge a weapon for him. Tianluo fruit tea was made from the fusion of a plant called Tianluo flower and more than 10 kinds of fruits. The fragrance of the tea was overflowing, and the tea was so wonderful that people could not help but want to taste it. This tea smells so good. Lu Qingfeng, who was in shock, was suddenly awakened by the fragrance of the tea. When his gaze landed on the tea in front of Lin Rei, he was even more shocked in his heart. As the young master of the 10,000 treasure sect, he did not lack in these things. However, he had never drunk such fragrant tea before. Seems like young Master Lu is also a tea lover. After speaking, he poured a cup of tea and placed it in front of Lu Qingfeng, after which he lifted the cup and tasted alone. Slurp, the Tianluo tea tasted like tea, leaving a lingering fragrance in his mouth and teeth. The shock on Lu Qingfeng's face grew even more intense. The shock brought to him today was simply too much. This series of events caused him to be even more curious about Lin Rei's identity. Shio, Dad, you didn't even call me when you were brewing tea. Seriously, Lin Xian's voice rang out from afar. There was a hint of resentment in her voice. Didn't you say you wanted to go somewhere else? Who knows where you are? Also, Lu Qingfeng, who was at the side, said, "There are guests here. Look at you. You don't know how to be reserved at all." Oh, upon seeing Lu Qingfeng, Lin Xian's face was filled with curiosity. With regard to her father, she understood him very well. It was impossible for him to treat someone to tea when they first met, let alone the fact that the other party's cultivation base was only at the initial phase of the hierarch realm. Lin Xian also exposed him. The temper of a young miss instantly vanished as she bowed. "Hello, young master. I'm Lin Xian, and this is Fairy's father." Miss Xian, hello." Lu Qingfeng was already dumbfounded. The difference between earlier and now was simply too great. There is a saying that a woman could change her face faster than flipping a book. This time, he had truly experienced it. Without saying anything, he sat down and poured himself a cup of tea. He then kissed it with a look of enjoyment on his face. "Father, I've already gone around the central store. It's very big, and if we set up a store here, we can split it into 4 levels. And behind this is the residential area. When the time comes, we can divide it into different areas." As she drank her tea, Lin Xian didn't forget to tell her father the location of the store she went around. As the saying goes, the speaker may be unintentional, but the listener is interested. Lu Qingfeng's eyes brightened when he heard the words, "set up a store." He glanced at Lin Rei and asked, "I wonder what kind of store Brother Lin intends to set up. My 10,000 treasure sect might not be able to cover the entire yellow region with a single hand, but we can still be considered to have some influence. If there's anything I can help you with, feel free to tell me." Glancing at Lu Qingfeng, Lin Rei emotionlessly continued, "I intend to set up a store that combines weapons, medicinal pills, and talismans." What? Lu Qingfeng was stunned. A store that combines weapons, medicinal pills, and talismans? Are you kidding me? In the surroundings, there were 4 major guilds: weaponsmithing, medicinal pills, and talismans. If you set up a store here, it would be hard for you not to go bankrupt. Lin Rei naturally understood Lu Qingfeng's thoughts, but he didn't expose him. Instead, he asked, "Young Master Lu, why are you making such a big fuss over nothing? Could it be that there's something wrong with my store here?" The conversation between the two was heard by Lin Xian. She understood the meaning behind it, and she didn't believe that her father didn't understand. In that case, there would be a good show to watch. She really wanted to know what her father was up to. Lin Rei didn't know what Lin Xian was thinking. If he knew, he would probably vomit blood. "Brother Lin, the 3 guilds around you include the 3 types of items you intend to set up. I'm afraid you won't be able to continue with your business because of this." Although Lu Qingfeng wanted to probe the strength and influence of Qin Wentian, He wasn't the type of person who would leave someone in the lurch. Brother Lin, listen to me. If you set up something else, you might have a chance to survive. But if you set up weapons, medicinal pills, and talismans, these 3 types of items. As he spoke, he shook his head, indicating that it was impossible. Upon hearing Lu Changtian's words, Lin Rei's expression changed. His impression of Lu Qingfeng became even more pleasing to the eye. Most people would not say anything about this matter, even if they were unrelated to him. Instead, they would just watch the commotion unfold. Lin Xian was the same as well. Her expression changed when she looked at Lu Qingfeng. However, with regards to Lu Qingfeng's words, Lin Rei didn't reply. He only shook his head and drank his tea. With regards to Lin Rei's attitude, Lu Qingfeng started, but he didn't say anything. Since Lin Rei didn't care, why should he, as an outsider, worry about it? As he thought of this, he bitterly smiled and drank his tea. Time passed by slowly. Lin Xian, who originally wanted to watch the show, felt bored when she saw the 2 of them not speaking. She stood up and left. In the blink of an eye, 4 hours passed. Lu Qingfeng felt that there was no need to stay here any longer. He stood up and left. Brother Lin, I'll definitely come to congratulate you on the day you open your shop. I'll take my leave first. He stood up and walked away. Since that's the case, I won't keep young Master Lu any longer. Feel free to come and play when you're free. I'm not familiar with this place, and it's rare for me to meet a tea friend. Ha ha ha, okay. Clasping his hands, Lu Qingfeng turned and left. After the observation earlier, Lin Xian had a rough estimation of Lu Qingfeng's character. If this transaction is successful, it's still a good thing. Thinking of this, Lin Xian sat back on the chair and waited quietly. Half an hour passed by quietly. The time set by Lin Rei was getting closer and closer. So, with the sound of breaking wind, a figure appeared in front of Lin Rei. Put on. Sect Lord, I've completed your task. After saying that, he saw Lin Rei turning his head. He stood up and stood behind Lin Rei, not saying a word. Time passed by slowly. After the first person returned, more and more came. In less than 10 minutes, all 20 of them returned. Sect leader, let's clean this place up. One of the leaders of the 20 stood up and said, Not bad. Looking at that person, Lin Li remembered him. It seemed that time Lu Zhong's cultivation had reached the grand perfection God Emperor realm. He was just one step away from breaking through to the hierarch realm. Looking at him, Lin Rei casually waved his hand and a Zune-breaking pill appeared. He tossed it out. Take it. This Zune-breaking pill will allow you to enter the hierarch realm quickly. Thank you, Sect Lord, for your reward. Looking at the Zune-breaking pill in his hand, Lu Zhong's face was filled with excitement. He understood how precious this pill was. If he was in the sect, he could exchange for it by earning enough points. But now, it would take a long time to return. Get up. Looking at the remaining 19 people, Lin Rei understood the envy in their eyes. Don't worry. As long as any of you can break through to the grand perfection God Emperor realm, you can come and get the Zune-breaking pill from me. Remember, you are all disciples of my Xuanzong sect. You can only be strong if you are strong. Don't slack off on your cultivation because you are outside. Put on. Everyone knelt down and replied. Their voices were loud, but it didn't spread out. The moment they knelt down, he had already set up a soundproof array. Otherwise, it would be terrible if others heard them calling him that. Get up. The 20 of you will be divided into 2 groups. Each group will guard the store for a month. The group that is resting will focus on cultivating. You won't lack money for the pills. I only hope that you can break through to the grand perfection God Emperor realm during this period. At that time, I will think of a way to get the pills to break through to the Saint realm. Hearing this, everyone trembled and became more excited. They thought that their cultivation would be delayed after they came out. But now, it seemed that their cultivation wouldn't be delayed. Instead, it would be exhausted. Go and find your own rooms. Let's discuss who will guard the store for this month. After saying this, Lin Rei waved his hand and asked everyone to leave. What he needed to do was to divide the store. After all, he was planning to open the store now. He would be very busy in the future. After everyone left, Lin Ray took out the map given to him by Lu Zhong. Numerous buildings appeared in his vision. The first floor should be for pills, weapons, and talismans below the Saint Realm. The second floor should be for pills, weapons, and talismans of the first grade. As for the third floor, thinking of the third and fourth floors, Lin Ray sank into contemplation. He didn't think about what the third and fourth floors should be for. "Father, are you going to refine some Taoist robes or clothes for me?" Just when Lin Ray was contemplating, Lin Xian's voice suddenly rang out, attracting Lin Ray's attention. "Clothes. Clothes." Lin Xian nodded with certainty. She continued, "Father, there are many females in the imperial capital now. Why don't you buy clothes that females don't like? As long as father can refine some clothes that are addictive, I don't believe that you won't be able to earn money." This suggestion wasn't bad. But why did he feel that this was a cloakroom that was specially designed for her? This thought didn't persist for too long. Although he was very doubtful, this method wasn't impossible. After all, to him, refining clothes and packing was just a casual matter. Compared to refining weapons, it was simply too easy to refine clothes. After contemplating for a long time, he finally nodded. "Okay, we will do as you say. I will go to the third floor to pack your clothes. But remember, don't mess around. Your father doesn't have much money left." Lin Xian, she would rather believe that there were ghosts in this world than to believe the words of her father. Others might not know, but she was very clear about this. She didn't know how many treasures there were in that interspatial ring. She didn't dwell on this matter for too long. After she made her decision, Lin Ray was extremely busy in the following days. Weapon refining, pill concoction, talismans, etc. Lin Ray had never heard of any of these before. With the system, he was able to save a lot of time in the time formation. In just 5 days, Lin Ray had no less than 1,000 divine weapons and 3 saint weapons. There were also many pills and talismans. However, 5 days in the outside world was equivalent to over 100 years in the time zone. Also, he had used up 10% of the items stored in the interspatial ring. This was what made his heart ache the most. Chapter 1181. A brand new day. Lin Ray, who was in seclusion, had finally completed the preparations for the grand opening. Now, everything was ready except for the east wind. Standing up, he waved his hands and kept the furnace. After stretching his body, he walked out of his room. "TSK, the weather is not bad." The sunlight shone on his face. Lin Ray, who had been concocting pills in the dark, felt a little uncomfortable with the glaring sunlight. Feeling the morning air, Lin Ray's mood was much better. Now it's time for the grand opening. He slowly opened his eyes and adjusted himself to the sunlight before walking towards the 1,000-year-old store. On the way, the combat division greeted Lin Ray when they saw him. Lin Xian gave them new names: Spring, Summer, Autumn, Winter, Wind, Rain, Thunder, Lightning. Surnamed Lin, the girls were also named Spring, Summer, Autumn, and Winter. As for the rare ones, they were named Wind, Rain, Thunder, and Lightning. Although the names were seen before, they were easy to remember. This was the first thing Lin Xian considered when she came up with the names. Arriving at the 1,000-year-old store, the doors were wide open. Because the store was located in the center, there would be people peeking in from time to time. Among them, there were people from the 4 great guilds and the 10,000 treasure sect. Upon entering the store, the 6 members of the combat division stood before the counter, respectfully waiting for orders. Sect leader. The appearance of Lin Ray caused the 6 of them to be startled. They took a step forward and stood before Lin Ray as they respectfully bowed. "Don't call me sect leader. It's better to keep a low profile in the Azure Mystic Empire." After speaking, he contemplated for a moment before his eyes brightened. "Call me boss." "Yes, boss." Looking at the 6 of them, Lin Ray passed the interspatial ring containing the saint-tier weapons, pills, and talismans to 4 of them as he spoke. The interspatial ring hasn't recognized an owner yet. Place the items in the interspatial ring according to the order we arranged earlier on the second floor. Remember, divide them according to their grades. Arrange them according to how they are placed in the ring. Do you understand? Yes, sect leader. After speaking, the four of them took the interspatial ring and walked up to the second floor. The remaining two waited quietly, not daring to speak. Looking at the remaining two people, Lin Ray once again took out a ring and handed it to one of them, saying, "Put the things in the ring on the first floor and do as I said. As for you," looking at his remaining self, he took out a storage ring and said, "Give this to Sienna. Tell her that the third floor is under her control. She can do whatever she wants." "Yes, Sect Master." Just like this, they returned to their positions and started to busy themselves. As to him, he was on the first floor instructing the people of the battalion on how to visit. From today onwards, he would have to relax a bit. Thinking about the Thousand Bao Sect's mission, Lin Ray's heart twitched. The system's mission was to refine weapons for the Thousand Bao Sect. That wasn't much to say, but 9 was a bit too much. If he didn't rest now, he was afraid that the Thousand Treasures Sect would find him, and he wouldn't have the chance to rest in the future. Not long after, Lin Xian walked into the shop from the back courtyard. After bowing to Lin Ray, she went up to the second floor and then to the third floor, starting to busy herself with her work. Time passed by just like that. Seeing that the fruits of his labor were about to be turned into cultivation resources, he couldn't help but feel agitated in his heart. Although Lu Qingfeng's words made Lin Ray unhappy, Lin Ray believed that his items would definitely be able to suppress the 4 great guilds. One was a top-grade item with 10 runes, while the other was a top-grade item with 1 rune. Even a fool would know which one to choose. And these pills with 10 runes belonged to Lin Ray's faction. He didn't believe that the other party would be so foolish to reject such a good item. He still had this bit of confidence in himself. In the blink of an eye, the preparations for the first and second floors were finally completed. The third floor was almost ready as well. Of the 6 people on the second floor, 2 of them fell from Lin Ray. The first floor had 4 people. As for the third floor, with the help of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, it should be about the same. As for wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, they were at the entrance, quietly waiting for the arrival of customers. Not far from the Nine Heavens shop, in the Thousand Treasures shop, a young man hurriedly entered. After which, he stopped in front of a room on the 5th floor and clasped his hands towards the door. "Young master, the latest news from the Nine Heavens shop." The Nine Heavens shop seems like it's about to open for business. The shop was originally empty. However, not long ago, the owner of the shop walked out and took out a storage ring. Not long after, the originally empty shop turned into a dazzling array of items. Furthermore, and what? Lu Qingfeng asked. There was no emotion in his voice. Moreover, their items seemed to be very good. This subordinate walked in and took a look. The pills on the first floor are all divine level. Their grades range from 1 to 9. Oh, in the room, Lu Qingfeng, who was sitting on a chair, opened his eyes. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. They range from 1 to 9? Recalling the confidence on Lin Ray's face that day, he couldn't help but be interested. However, at this moment, the voice outside the door sounded again. "Young master, this subordinate said that the pills on the first floor range from 1 to 9. But that's only the first floor. There are still the second, third, and fourth floors. If the first floor is already of such a grade, then what about the second and third floors?" Hiss! Hearing this, Lu Qingfeng's expression changed. As expected, he thought of the seriousness of this request. That's right. If the first floor has such a grade, then what about the second and third floors? What about their grades? Saint grade? The moment this thought appeared, Lu Qingfeng couldn't hold back anymore. He pushed open the door and walked towards the Nine Heavens shop with Elder Qiong. This scene appeared in the shops where the 4 major guilds, the royal family, and the He sect were stationed. At this moment, the entire Xianyuan imperial capital's inner city was gathering. All the managers brought their people and walked towards the Nine Heavens shop. On the surface, It seemed like they were congratulating Lu Qingfeng. But in reality, everyone knew that this was to see the strength of the Nine Heaven shop. If it wasn't strong enough, everyone would divide it up and no one would complain. At this moment, Linley had no idea that Nine Heaven shop was in the eye of the storm. At this moment, he was lying down in the main hall with a look of enjoyment on his face. He was lying down on a deck chair, drinking tea and crossing his legs. That guy was just too comfortable. Shueqi, my mouth is a little bitter. Give me some 6th grade golden fruit pills, Lin Ray suddenly said. Okay, got it, boss. Shueqi didn't even ask. He turned around and went to the shelf. He took out a bottle of golden fruit pills from a storage area and handed it to Lin Ray. Not bad. This smell is quite fragrant. Golden fruit pills, as the name implied, had golden fruits as the main ingredient and 49 spiritual herbs as supplementary ingredients. The main ingredient was used to strengthen one's foundation. Of course, the most important point was to temper the body and strengthen the Tao of the physical body. Of course, these were all secondary. In Lin Ray's opinion, the main effect of the golden fruit pills was that they were sweet and could cure the bitter taste. It was that simple. Chapter 1182. Ding. System Quest. Act tough, subtly crush the 4 big guilds. Quest reward. Level 6 Sacred Class, Spiritual Water, Swordsmanship Code, Breakthrough, Saint Pill. What? The system's prompt sounded as soon as he placed the golden fruit pill in his mouth. However, Lin Ray didn't expect this quest. Since when did the system give him such a low-level quest? Act tough? Subtly crush the 4 big guilds. Damn, do I need to act tough? Subtly crush them? Are you kidding me? Look at the level of the Nine Heaven shop. Do their guild have it? However, that being said, he still liked the character reward at the end very much. Level 6 Sacred Class, Spiritual Water, Swordsmanship Code. Although he might not need it, it was still a Level 6 Sacred Class, Spiritual Water, Swordsmanship. However, what surprised him the most was the Poshing elixir. He had heard of this kind of elixir before, but he didn't have the recipe for this kind of elixir, so he hadn't refined it. Otherwise, the mysterious sect would have more divine realm cultivators than saint realm cultivators. Ding. Host, do you accept the quest? Damn, of course I accept it. If he didn't accept this quest, his brain would really be damaged. Ding. Host accepts the quest. Complete it within 1 day. If the quest fails, host cultivation will drop by 1 level. Boom! The system's voice was like a bolt from the blue. It hit his brain directly. He was stunned on the spot. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? After a long time, Lin Ray came to his senses. He frowned and questioned the system. He knew the system was tricky, but it shouldn't be so tricky. Lin Ray's heart couldn't stand the thought of dropping by 1 level if he couldn't complete the quest. What the hell was this? Wasn't it just a quest? Was it necessary to drop by 1 level? System, can I give up? Lin Ray asked. This was the first time he wanted to give up a quest. No. Why? Because you can't, so you can't. If the host insists on giving up, this quest will be cancelled out by dropping 2 levels of cultivation. F***CK. The last bit of hope in Lin Ray's heart was shattered. This was even scarier than not being able to complete the quest. Brother Lin, congratulations. While Lin Ray was entangled with the system, Lu Qingfeng's congratulatory voice came from outside. With a smile on his face, he kept walking. Exiting the connection with the system, he propped himself up and looked at Lu Qingfeng at the door. He was stunned for a moment. Thinking of the people who had been wandering back and forth at the door, he understood immediately. Young Master Lu, your presence brings light to my humble store. I didn't expect a great Buddha like you to come. As he spoke, Lin Ray stood up to welcome him. Brother Lin, you must be joking. How am I a great Buddha? Hearing Lin Ray's words, Lu Qingfeng shook his head with a wry smile. The moment he walked into the shop, his eyes were attracted by the dazzling goods on the shelves. As expected, it's the 9th stage Xian Yufan. Is that the breakthrough pill? Damn, that's The ninth stage, spirit-enhancing pill. Looking at those pills, Lu Qingfeng's heart twitched. Those pills could only be found by chance in the sect. One should know that a breakthrough pill could unconditionally help a great perfection God Emperor break through to the hierarch realm without any side effects. What shocked Lu Qingfeng even more was that there were 10 elixir veins on those pills. It was too much for him to bear. 10 elixir veins. He was afraid that there was no alchemist in the alchemy guild who could refine 10 elixir veins. Damn, a supreme grade divine artifact. Damn, a 9th stage talisman. Looking at those treasures, Lu Qingfeng could not bear it anymore. On the first floor, aside from the formations, 3 of the 4 major guilds basically had everything. Moreover, the items here were better than the 4 major guilds and the 1,000 treasure sects items. This made the people from the other sects feel ashamed. Thinking of the words he said to persuade Lu Qingfeng, it seemed that it was unnecessary. He blushed. How could Lu Qingfeng's reaction escape Lin Rei's eyes? He smiled in his heart and pretended that he did not see anything. Lu Qingfeng was his big client. If he offended him, his mission would be ruined. Young Master Lu, hurry up and do it. It's just a small business. Come, have some tea, have some tea. Then, he sat down and began to make tea for Lu Qingfeng. However, Elder Qiong, who came with Lu Qingfeng, was stunned by the items in Lin Rei's shop. Those items and keys were used to cultivate core and personal disciples in the 1,000 treasure sect. He did not expect them to be sold here. Young Master Lin, may I go to the 2nd floor to have a look? Elder Qiong asked. It was not only his idea, but also Lu Qingfeng's idea. Oh, this is... Looking at Elder Qiong, Lin Rei was puzzled. Oh, right. Lu Qingfeng slapped his forehead and quickly stood up to introduce. Brother Lin, this is Elder Qiong-shan of the 1,000 treasure sect. Yes, young Master Lin. You can call me Elder Qiong. He didn't dare to offend Lin Li. Just the fact that these things were so brazenly displayed in the open was enough to show how bold Lin Li was. Elder Qiong, Lin Feng said to himself softly and then smiled. Since Elder Qiong likes it, Lin Feng, take him upstairs. If he likes anything, he can pick it up. We just opened today. Everything is 5% off. Hearing Lin Rei's words, Lin Feng stood up and walked in front of Elder Qiong to lead the way. Elder Qiong looked at Lin Feng and then at Lu Qingfeng, as if he was asking for his permission. Go. Yes, young master. Elder Qiong left, but Lu Qingfeng still couldn't suppress the shock in his heart. Looking at the dazzling treasures of heaven and earth around him, he really wanted to know where they came from. What level of alchemist, weapon refiner, and talisman master would be able to refine something like this? Young Master Lu, come and have some tea. Lin Rei's voice interrupted Lu Qingfeng's shock. He came back to his senses and took a sip of the tea in front of him. Hey, Lu Qingfeng, I didn't expect you to come so early. A voice came from outside. At this moment, Lu Qingfeng, who had just brought the teacup to his mouth, heard the voice and paused. He turned his head and saw Feng Miaoyan coming in with Mr. Snake. Then, more than a dozen people walked into the Nine Heavens shop one after another. Towards them, Lin Li could sense the disdain and coldness in their eyes. Feng Miaoyan, I didn't expect you to come back. Lu Qingfeng was now very disgusted with Feng Miaoyan, especially after seeing the things in Lin Rei's shop. He was even more disgusted with Feng Miaoyan. Perhaps even Lu Qingfeng himself didn't realize that. Chapter 1183. Although Lu Qingfeng was speaking, Lin Li was the host of this place. Although everyone who had come had unfriendly looks on their faces, they at least had to be polite. He stood up and cupped his hands to everyone. He smiled and said, I didn't know you were here. Please forgive me for not going out to meet you. He didn't know these people, but it wasn't hard to guess. They were either people from the surrounding area or from big forces. Boss Lin, you must be joking. Everyone returned the greeting. One of them walked out and cupped his hands to Lin Rei. I'm Shi Kuan from the Talisman Guild. People call me Shi Gong. I came uninvited this time. Please forgive me. I'm Lu Qinghe from the Alchemy Guild. I'm Zhu Zirong from the Refining Guild. I'm Wu Ding from the Array Guild. I'm Zong Chu from the Fire region. One by one, the newcomers introduced themselves. Looking at these people, Linley had a rough understanding of them. There were not many saints among them. All the people who came from large factions were martial sages, such as Zhu Zurong, Snake Duke, Wu Ding, and Lu Qinghe. What made Lin Rei a little excited was that the people from the 4 major guilds were here. Lin Rei was relieved. In one day, he had suppressed the 4 major guilds. Just now, he thought that if the 4 major guilds didn't come, he would be the unlucky one in the end. But now, Lin Rei didn't think so. Looking at the people from the 4 major guilds, Lin Rei quickly cupped his hands. As for the other small forces, their cultivation was only at the godly venerable realm. Some of them hadn't even reached the godly venerable realm. He didn't care about these ants. I didn't expect to alarm the 4 major guilds and everyone when I opened the shop. Damn it. How about this? My small shop has just opened. Anyone who buys things in my shop today will have a 5% discount. With that, Lin Rei made an inviting gesture. Lin Rei's attitude was too good. This made some people who were looking for trouble feel a little embarrassed. Now that the other party had spoken, they could only say boss and look around. This is the Supreme Breakthrough Pill? Supreme Breakthrough Pill. Mysterious Water Pill, Spirit Recovery Pill, Heavenly Treasure Pill. This, Lu Qinghe, who had arrived after seeing the guild, spat out the top-tier pills one after another. The shock on his face was undisguised. All of them have 10 pill patterns. Furthermore, all of them are top-quality pills. His gaze fell on Lin Rei. Previously, he had said that he was looking for trouble, but now, that thought had disappeared. He was also an alchemist, but he was only a divine-grade alchemist. Moreover, he was the kind of alchemist who could only refine a few pill veins. Now, in front of such a precious pill, he had no temper at all. Holy shit, that's a grade 9 divine artifact. What am I doing now? A top-grade divine artifact. This is a supreme-grade spatial artifact. Another cry of surprise came from the side. Everyone looked over and saw that the person who had cried out was Zhu Zurong, who had introduced himself earlier. At this moment, Zhu Zurong was already stunned. He looked at the weapons one by one. Their materials, grades, and refining methods were all the best he had ever seen in his life. Seeing everyone's shock, Lu Chengfeng found it very funny. Indeed, he was also in the same situation before. However, at that time, there was only Lin Rei in the hall, so it was not as embarrassing as now. One was an elder and an alchemist of the guild, while the other was an elder and an alchemist of the weapon refining guild. Now, he was praising other people's things in their own territory. As for Lin Rei, he was already laughing. This was the effect he wanted. After all, the system's task was too timely. To put it bluntly, it was tailor-made for him. However, the Formation Guild's Wu Ding was a little difficult for him, Alchemist Lin Rei. After all, there was nothing related to formations on the list. If there was, it could only be his tea tray. On the table, there was a mahogany tea tray. Although it looked inconspicuous, it was indeed a Saint-grade, first-grade formation disc. The reason why it became a tea tray was that he did not find anything suitable at that time. Therefore, he used it as a tea tray. Thinking about this, Lin Rei focused his attention on Wu Ding. Then, ignoring everyone's shock, he sat down and took everything off the tea tray. After that, he began to drink his tea. He believed that if Wu Ding's attainments and formations were high, he would definitely notice the difference of this tea tray. If not, he would not mind slightly activating the formation on this tea tray. Chaos Heavenly Thunder Talisman. This is a divine grade 9th grade talisman. How could there be one here? Iwid Emperor Talisman. Kuei Earth Cage Talisman. Body Vajra Talisman. Finally, Snake Mr. saw something related to talismans. His expression was the same as the 2 people before. They were shocked and in disbelief. It was as if they were dreaming. On this day, the elders of these guilds had already suffered a huge blow. Although they were in a guild and there were many items for refining pills, there were not just 1 or 2 items placed here. Basically, the entire floor was filled with them. Feng Miaoyan's face was extremely gloomy. Originally, she wanted to cause trouble. Now, not to mention causing trouble, there are so many things here. Any one of them could make her die without a burial place. Cause trouble? What the hell? If the big guilds were like this, the other small sects were even more so. Some people even took out what they wanted and went to the counter to pay for it. Most of them took breaking supremacy pills, breaking emperor pills, and the like. They bought a lot of them to strengthen one's foundation, restore one's spiritual energy, and heal injuries. The most important thing for a sect was the disciples themselves. If the disciples' cultivation improved, the sect would naturally improve as well. Therefore, when it came to buying resources, they would not hesitate at all. In fact, they even felt that it was not enough. At this moment, the scene was completely open. He did not believe that this shop would not become popular. Lu Qingfeng did not join the crowd in buying the goods. Instead, he sat down and picked up his teacup to drink. Looking at Lin Rei's eyes, Lu Qingfeng was even more respectful. "Brother Lin, it seems that your shop is going to become popular. Haha, it's all thanks to my cultivation. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I won't even have a good opening today." Lin Rei laughed. Of course, to Lu Qingfeng, this was just a joke. He did not take it seriously. If these things could not make a good opening, then tell me, what else could? Looking at the weapons in the distance, he felt something. He shut his mouth and muttered to himself. Lin Rei did not say anything about this. His eyes were fixed on Wu Ding. Now, he was the only one left. As long as he was alone, he would have completed the task. Young master, look at this." Just as everyone was looking at the things they wanted, a voice came from the second floor. "There is a first-grade sacred level ice water divine pill, a first-grade sacred level autumn chaos sword, and a first-grade sacred level sky sealing dragon imprisoning talisman. This is simply a treasure that will make sects go crazy." Then, the words suddenly became clear. F***CK, what's going on? As soon as Elder Qiong came to the middle of the stairs between the second floor and the first floor, his eyes fell on the first floor. When he saw the people there, he was dumbfounded. Chapter 1184. Why are there so many people? He muttered in his heart. Thinking of his behavior just now, he felt helpless. Then, he pretended to be calm and put on the posture of a superior. He walked down the stairs slowly and came behind Lu Qingfeng. He reached out and handed the thing he was holding to Lu Qingfeng. Boom! A violent aura instantly rushed out and a cold aura enveloped the entire shop. F***CK, sword chi? There were no weaklings in the shop. Naturally, they could feel the change in the aura. They could also feel where it came from. Everyone's eyes fell on the autumn chaos sword in Lu Qingfeng's hand. Suddenly, they couldn't help but take a big step forward and surround Lu Qingfeng. Their eyes fell on the thing in Lu Qingfeng's hand. Zhu Zirong, who came from the blacksmith guild, looked at the autumn chaos sword. His eyes were filled with passion, and he couldn't look away. As a blacksmith, his lifelong pursuit was to reach the peak of blacksmithing. Now, there was a first-grade saint-grade longsword in front of him. How could he resist the temptation? "Old Xiong, you said that this thing was taken from the second floor. Is there more on the second floor?" Mr. Snake asked. "Yes, old man. Is there something like this on the second floor?" Lu Qinghe asked. Everyone's eyes fell on Elder Qiong. Their eyes were filled with expectation. They hoped that he would give an answer. However, no one noticed that when everyone wanted to settle down on the thing on the second floor, Wu Ding of the Formation Guild looked at the mahogany tea tray next to Lin Rei. This thing, just now when the autumn chaos sword chi enveloped the entire shop, it skipped over the mahogany tea tray. It was as if there was a layer of energy shield around the mahogany tea tray that couldn't be penetrated. Staring at the tea tray, Wu Ding tried hard to see what it was. However, it was elusive. It was as if the thing was right in front of him, but when he wanted to take it, he realized that it was actually in the distance. Unable to touch it, Wu Ding felt really uncomfortable. Apart from him, who cared about the mahogany tea tray, everyone else was looking at Elder Qiong. This made Elder Qiong show off in front of the crowd. Looking at everyone's expectant eyes, Elder Qiong cleared his throat and said, The second floor is indeed the Saint grade area. However, when I came down just now, there weren't many Saint grade items left. You, swoosh swoosh, before old Xiong could finish speaking, the feeling of being threatened by the crowd instantly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the people surrounding them all disappeared. This is too, he sighed with emotion and stopped talking. Instead, he looked at Lu Chengfeng passionately. The reason why Lu Chengfeng took the 3 items was that they were useful to him. The Autumn Chaos sword complemented his cultivation method and battle technique. As for the talisman, it could allow his strength to rise to a higher level. Although the Ice Water Divine Pill was only a healing pill, it could heal the hidden injuries in his body that had been left behind for many years. This way, breaking through to the next realm would be even easier. Seeing Elder Qiong's expectant look, Lu Chengfeng knew what he was thinking. He looked at Lin Rei and asked, "Brother Lin, how many Saint Realm crystals do you think these 3 items cost?" Lu Chengfeng wanted to say something, but stopped on second thought. Although he was the son of the leader of the Thousand Treasures Sect, he didn't have much authority. Therefore, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to afford these items. The Ice Water Divine Pill is 3 million upper-grade Saint Realm crystals. The Autumn Chaos Sword is 3,500,000. As for the Sky Sealing Dragon Imprisoning Talisman, Lin Rei pondered for a long time and then said slowly, "As for the Sky Sealing Dragon Imprisoning Talisman, you can pay 2,500,000. In total, it's 9 million upper-grade Saint Realm crystals with a 20% discount. I think you should know the value of these items. It's 9 million upper-grade Saint Realm crystals." Lu Chengfeng gasped at the price of the Liangpi. Indeed, the price was much cheaper than outside, especially since these were all of the best quality. "Elder Qiong, are you sure you need these items?" Lu Chengfeng couldn't help but ask Elder Qiong for confirmation. Yes. Without any hesitation, Elder Qiong agreed. He had thought about it carefully and decided that he didn't need these items. He didn't need to spend so much money. "Okay, I'll buy them." Lu Chengfeng looked determined. Although they were expensive, they could help Elder Qiong reach a higher level. This amount of money was nothing. Then, he turned to Lin Rei and said awkwardly, "Brother Lin, you see, I came out in a hurry and didn't bring so much money with me." Then he took out a ring and continued, "I have 2 million upper-grade Saint Realm crystals in the past few years. If you trust me, I'll take these items with me. When I go back, I'll come and deliver the rest to you personally." "I wonder." "Okay." "What?" I said okay. He rolled his eyes at Lu Chengfeng and said, "You just didn't bring enough money with you. You could take these items with you and give them to me when you have money." Everyone was speechless. Perhaps in their eyes, these things were priceless treasures, but in his eyes, these things were at most something that was put together with materials. He had a lot of them. Besides, he had to give up something to gain something. If he wanted Lu Chengfeng to order weapons here, he had to be willing to give up the child. He had to trap this wolf. "What? You don't want to?" Seeing that Lu Chengfeng didn't respond, Lin Rei frowned and asked, No. Thank you for your trust, young Master Lin." Before Lu Chengfeng could say anything, Elder Qiong thanked him first. "Haha, it's fine." Lin Rei waved his hand, pretending not to care. On this day, Lin Rei's shop was destined to be noisy. Naturally, the Xianyuan imperial capital wasn't as quiet as it seemed on the surface. "Young Master Lin, can you let me take a look at your tea tray?" Just as Lu Chengfeng and Elder Qiong were quietly looking at the treasures, Wu Ding's voice came from the side. Looking at Wu Ding, Lin Rei was overjoyed, but he didn't show any emotion on his face. "Tea tray." "Yes," Wu Ding said firmly. "Then go." He threw the tea tray to Wu Ding casually, as if he was throwing away an insignificant piece of trash. "This thing seems like..." He caught the tray and looked at it carefully. He was too far away from it before. Now that he held it in his hand and felt the quality of the tea tray, he released all his mental energy into it. Boom! A loud sound came instantly. The moment Wu Ding's mental energy was about to enter the tea tray, a rebounding force appeared and bounced his mental energy back. This is a formation plate? Wu Ding was in disbelief. He looked up at Lin Rei, as if he wanted to ask what was going on. Not only Lin Rei, but even Lu Qingfeng and Elder Qiong looked at Lin Rei in confusion. They knew Wu Ding, so they knew very well that Wu Ding wouldn't lie. If that was the case, those inconspicuous tea trays might really be formation plates. Seeing everyone's confused expression, Lin Rei smiled and said, "I thought it would take you a long time to find out. I didn't expect you're not bad." Chapter 1185. Indeed, this Wu Ding before him was indeed not bad. Although Linley didn't know what his mastery of formations was, he knew that at most, it was around the deity level. To be able to discover a first-grade saint-level formation disc, he could be considered a meticulous person. Then, Wu Ding looked up at Lin Rei with a questioning look in his eyes. Although he could tell that it was an array plate, he didn't know what level it was. He only knew that it was of a higher level than him. He wasn't the only one. Lu Qingfeng and Elder Qiong were also looking forward to it. If this array plate was as he thought, then the Nine Heaven shop would be really amazing. They had everything the four great guilds had, and all of them were the best of the best. Tell me, what is the answer in your heart? Looking at Wu Ding, Lin Rei smiled faintly and said, "As an array sorcerer, don't you have your own opinions? When your master taught you the Tao of formations back then, didn't he tell you that everything in this world has its own laws? Just like this formation plate. Although it is very mysterious in your eyes, you can't erase its own laws of movement. Moreover, with your current array level, if you can comprehend this array plate, even if you don't break through to the Saint Realm, you can at least improve your understanding of arrays." Hearing this, Wu Ding fell silent. He used his heart to feel the array plate in his hand. The more he thought about it, the more shocked he became. Slowly, he understood something. Of course, Wu Ding couldn't be blamed. He could only blame Lin Rei for using a first-grade Saint Great Array plate as a tea tray. Who could do that? Probably only Lin Rei would dare to do that. How is it? Hearing Lin Rei's words, Wu Ding came back to his senses. He didn't hide his shock at all and was very excited. "Senior, this array plate, can you sell it to me? I'll pay any price." "Oh, sell it to you?" Looking at Wu Ding, Lin Rei knew that he had comprehended something. Otherwise, he wouldn't be like this. However, Lin Rei was a little reluctant to sell it. After all, this disc array had been used as a tea tray for a long time. If it was given to someone else, they wouldn't be able to find something to replace it. Seeing Lin Rei's hesitation, as if he was afraid that Lin Rei wouldn't agree, Wu Ding could only promise, "Senior, as long as you sell it to me, I'll do whatever you say." In the eyes of this group of people, there were only formations. Encountering a formation of this level, how could he resist the desire in his heart? Sigh. Wu Ding's conditions were indeed quite good. If he used this to kidnap the other party, it would indeed be quite good. However, Lin Rei did not need to do this. He sighed, shook his head, and voiced out his concerns. "It's not that I don't want to sell it to you, but if I sell it to you, what will I use to put on the tea tray in the future?" Wu Ding was speechless. Lu Qingfeng, Elder Qiong, was speechless. As soon as Lin Rei said this, everyone in the hall fell silent. "So this was what you were thinking about just now?" His words made Wu Ding even more speechless. Such an existence was actually used as a tea tray by the other party, which made him feel a little helpless. However, in order to get this disc array, he had to go all out. He raised his head and said, "Senior, how about this? Sell this to me. As for your tea tray, I'll use the trunk of the Fusong tree to make a tea tray for you. What do you think?" "What? The trunk of the Fusong tree?" This time, before Lin Rei could respond, Lu Qingfeng was dumbfounded. He exclaimed and looked at Wu Ding in a daze. He didn't expect that the other party would be so willing to pay the price. The Fusong tree was a divine tree. How could it be used as a material to make a tea tray? Have you ever asked us how we feel about this? Did you consider our ability to bear it? Of course, he naturally couldn't say this out loud. He could only think about it in his heart. However, Wu Ding didn't have the chance to be shocked, and surprised by Lu Chengfeng and Lu Chengfeng. All his eyes were focused on Lin Rei. He just wanted to know if Lin Rei would agree or not. After all, in his opinion, compared to the trunk of the Fusang tree and the disc array in front of him, the disc array was more expensive and its power was beyond doubt. The Fusang tree is a good thing, but it's much worse than my disc array. As he spoke, his eyes fell on Wu Ding, and he pondered for a long time. How about this? Let me use you for 100 years. After 100 years, I'll set you free. As for this disc array, no, all the arrays in disc array I have here can be studied by you. Do you think you can agree to my conditions? This condition was indeed a little harsh on the surface, but in fact he was at a disadvantage. After all, his knowledge of arrays was much better than Wu Ding's. In addition, with his help in the next 100 years, Wu Ding might be able to make a breakthrough within 100 years. However, things didn't seem to be going as smoothly as he had imagined. Wu Ding hesitated, as if this matter was very difficult for him. Even Lu Chengfeng and Elder Qiong felt that it was a little inappropriate. After all, Wu Ding's status was obvious. If he agreed to Wu Ding's conditions, would he still be able to stay in the Formation Guild? What? You don't want to? He knew what Wu Ding was thinking. Therefore, he didn't insist on it. However, he wouldn't be the one to suffer a loss in the end. As he thought about it, his tone was indifferent, as if he hadn't noticed what had happened just now. Once again, he talked about the price of the disc array. In that case, you can take this disc array with the trunk of the Fusang tree and 3 million upper-grade Saint Realm crystals. Really? Yes. Really? Good. In that case, thank you, Senior. After getting the exact price, Wu Ding smiled and took out the trunk of the Fusang tree for Lin Rei to check. Senior, this is the trunk of the Fusang tree. Take a look, if no need. Before Wu Ding could finish his words, Lin Rei waved his hand and refused. Pay the 3 million and leave. Wu Ding was stunned. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. He nodded and replied, yes. In that case, I'll take my leave. As he spoke, he placed a storage ring in front of Lin Rei and turned to leave. One was willing to take the beating, and the other was willing to take the beating. The transaction was settled, and they didn't owe each other anything. In Lin Rei's place, Wu Ding was at most a guest. After Wu Ding left, Lu Chengfeng came back to his senses and looked at the trunk of the Fusang tree. He would be lying if he said he wasn't tempted. After all, the Fusang tree was a kind of primordial sacred tree. Why? Are you tempted? Lin Rei noticed Lu Chengfeng's expression and asked with a smile. No, it's the trunk of the primordial sacred tree. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tempted. Lu Chengfeng instinctively wanted to lie, but the moment he opened his mouth, he blurted out the truth. You're quite interesting. Not bad. Lin Rei looked at Lu Chengfeng and praised him. You flatter me. However, I can't give this to you. Lin Rei waved his hand and said, I still have a use for it. As you can see, Lu Chengfeng pointed at the gap on his table and continued. My tea tray was taken away. Now, I can only prepare a new one. Otherwise, I'll feel strange. Chapter 1186. Lin Rei's extravagance was beyond Lu Chengfeng's imagination. In the end, he stopped talking and stopped thinking about the trunk of the Fusang tree. Young master, the host has completed the mission. Acting tough is the most fatal. Ding! The reward is the 6th grade sacred class technique, spiritual water sword code, and the breakthrough pill. They are in the storage of the system. Please check. He communicated with the system with his divine mind and saw the 2 items in the storage of the system. A smile appeared on his face. The 9th grade technique, spiritual water sword code, was delicate and beautiful. It was suitable for women. It was useless to him. Although it was of high grade, it was useless. However, the Saint Breaking Pill was what Linley needed the most. Currently, all of the Saint Breaking Pill subordinates were in the sect. Currently, there was no one who could control the situation. He could only choose from the 20 people and try to help them break through to the peak hierarch realm so that they could consume the Saint Breaking Pill and break through to the Saint realm. Thinking about it, he was excited. Although the Saint realm was not very useful to the sect, At least it was useful now. He saw that the more than 10 people who went to the second floor all came down at this moment with smiles on their faces. It could be imagined that everyone should be returning from a rewarding journey at this moment. Lin Ray did not care about them. He got up just now because of the mission. As for the money to buy things, everything on the second floor had a price. He just needed to pay the front desk. Boss Lin, you were really good. I have been out for a long time. It's time to go back. Ruo Lin, if you have time, you can go to the guild opposite. I will take you to the Alchemy Guild. As soon as he said that, the rest of the people followed suit. They all said goodbye to Lin Ray and turned to leave. Everyone was free. The scene was completely quiet. Lin Ray could enjoy a cup of tea. As for the money he made today, he did not ask about it. It was obvious that the money he made today was more than what he spent at the Star Cloud auction. Dong, dong, dong. Boss, almost half of the Saint grade items on the second floor have been sold. The total is 43. 6 million high-grade Saint Realm crystals. A shop assistant came to Lin Ray and said. He put the storage ring on the table in front of Lin Ray. Then he stood aside respectfully and waited for orders. For when Lu Chengfeng heard the amount of money Lin Ray had earned today, he almost fainted. Although more than 40 million upper-grade Saint Realm crystals was nothing to the 1,000 treasure sect, they had only earned it in a few hours. If this continued, then... Okay, put it here. Oh, that's right. How's Xianair? Did anyone go to buy clothes? Thinking about the clothes on the third floor, Lin Ray felt a headache coming on. Yes, but not much. It seems that only 2 female customers have been there so far, but they bought a lot of things, the shop assistant replied. Oh, is that so? This made Lin Ray quite surprised. He didn't expect the clothes on the third floor to be sold. In Lin Ray's heart, the third floor was at most his daughter's cloakroom. It was just a small matter. Yes, Miss is very happy. Well, as long as you're happy. Since his daughter was happy, he felt that he had done the right thing. All right, you could go now. He waved his hand and dismissed the shop assistant. Looking at the 3 storage rings in front of him, he waved his hand and put them away. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. In the afternoon, people came in one after another. However, not many people went to the second floor. After all, the things on the second floor were too expensive and ordinary people couldn't afford them. Most of the things on the first floor were sold. The most were the Emperor's Path, Supremacy Pills, and some divine level weapons and talismans. Lu Chengfeng and Elder Qiong didn't stay for long and also left. Lin Ray didn't say anything about their departure. He got up and went to the door. He looked up at the sky. The sun was setting and the breeze was blowing. Look after the shop. I'll go back first. Call me if you need anything. Everyone responded and then went back to their own business. As for Lin Ray, he returned to the backyard. In the alchemy room, the large cauldron appeared in front of him. Beside it was the Fusong tree's trunk that he had just received today and some miscellaneous items for refining. If the people of the Blacksmith Guild or the Talisman Guild saw these items, it would probably cause a bloodbath. All of them were natural treasures that could tempt people. Well, I shouldn't have sold the dragon imprisoning disc. That way, I wouldn't have to waste time restarting the cauldron. Although Xiao Chan showed an unwilling expression, he still opened the cauldron. The illusory spirit blood flame instantly rushed out and entrenched itself in the large cauldron. When Xiao Chan saw the innate divine wood, he tossed the Fusong tree's trunk in without thinking. With the support of the illusory spirit blood flame, not to mention the innate divine wood, even the primal chaos suction sac from before the world was created would have to melt. Pooh! Pooh! The Fusong divine tree's trunk, which was originally as thick as a thigh, slowly melted like iron under the burning of the illusory spirit blood flame. It shrunk bit by bit. As time passed, the Fusong divine tree's trunk finally turned into a liquid the size of a fist. The first step is all done. Now it's time for the rest. While thinking, Xiao Chan looked at the dozens of refining materials beside him. Without thinking, he waved his hand, and the dozens of refining materials rushed into the cauldron instantly. Boom! The illusory spirit blood flame increased its output and wrapped the dozens of refining materials that rushed into the cauldron. In Linley's mind, he began to analyze the formation he was about to come up with. The things that Linley used had to be of the highest quality. His formations and artifact forging skills naturally had to be at the saint level. Kid, use the Thunder Sunflower Sword Array. This array can not only be used as an offensive array, but it can also be used as a trapping array. It has both offensive and defensive capabilities. In addition, the tea tray itself is made of the Fusang Divine Tree. If possible, refine 9 swords of different attributes and seal them in the tea tray. What do you think? Thunder Sunflower Sword Array? Using 9 swords of different attributes as the array base? After listening to the little dragon's suggestion, Lin Ray thought about it for a long time. The Thunder Sunflower Sword Array was indeed a sage-level array, but it consumed too much energy. Just the 9 swords of different attributes were enough to give him a headache. 9 swords of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, and wind. If there were only 2, then he could only use the destruction and space attributes. Although he did not understand much about the space attribute, if he could find a complete and high-grade space stone, he might be able to refine the 9 swords. Furthermore, he could guarantee that the materials used to craft these 9 swords, in addition to his crafting skills, would definitely be of the highest quality in the world. Chapter 1187. Thunder Sunflower Sword Formation. I don't have a sword with 9 attributes for this kind of formation yet. I'm afraid I'll need a lot of things to cultivate a sword with 9 attributes. With my current wealth, I'm afraid I won't be able to complete a sword with 9 attributes. It's fine if you don't refine it. At least refine the array disc first. As for the remaining 9 swords with 9 attributes, that's a matter for later. Don't worry. When you can refine it, just make up for it. Anyway, there's no need to panic, the little dragon said with a smile. Lin Ray was speechless. Hearing Xiaolong speak so casually, Linley didn't want to say anything more. Who didn't know how to talk? But it was very difficult to pull yourself together. Just the 5 attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth were very difficult to find. Refining a sword required top-grade materials. Otherwise, it would only be a defective product. For Lin Ray, who wanted perfection, he didn't want to replace it with a defective product. Forget it. Let's talk about it later. Thinking about that distant matter, he shook his head and got rid of all those useless thoughts. Then, he focused on the refining in front of him. Puff, puff. In the cauldron, more than a dozen refining materials slowly melted under the effect of the illusory spirit blood fire. In the end, they formed something similar to the refined trunk of the Fusang tree. The liquid was collected by Lin Ray and put together. Then, his mental strength rushed out and dragged the refining liquid of more than a dozen refining materials into the cauldron again. Come on, let the array fly. Array runes rushed out one after another. Although he said no, his actions were very honest. At this moment, Lin Ray's hands were constantly changing. Array patterns rushed out and finally formed small arrays, which rushed into the refining liquid that had taken the shape of a tea tray. Although the Thunder Sunflower Sword formation was only one array, it required tens of thousands of small arrays to form. Its formation was very complicated and changeable, and these small arrays were just small arrays in his eyes. However, in the eyes of others, they were shocking arrays. The array formations rushed out one by one. Lin Ray's hand speed of forming seals became faster and faster. The further he went, the faster his hand speed became. Even if a Dao fruit sage came, he would probably only be able to see a blurry shadow. It wouldn't be easy to see it clearly. Outside, the sky was already bright. The employees in the shop started to move about. Even Lin Xian had woken up early and was waiting on the 3rd floor. Due to the commotion caused by the opening of the store, people came in one after another. However, most of them stayed on the 1st floor. There were also some who went to the 2nd floor, but not many. However, there was a strange scene today. More and more people went to the 3rd floor, even exceeding the number of people who went to the store yesterday. Of course, those who went to the third floor were mostly girls and women. The third floor sold women's items. However, even though they were only women's items, they were all made by Lin Ray. Every piece of clothing was an exquisite existence. With limited time, only Lin Xian would be able to do something like this. And Lin Ray didn't hesitate at all. Just like this, a month passed by. The business of the store was booming, while the business of the four great guilds was much quieter. The customers who originally went to the four great guilds all came to the Nine Heavens store. Naturally, there were still some who stayed in the four great guilds. After all, the Nine Heavens store didn't have all kinds of medicinal pills. There were some that customers needed, but the Nine Heavens store didn't have them. If Lin Ray bought them, it was still fine. But since Lin Ray wasn't around, it was impossible for them to refine them. In this 1 month, Lu Chengfeng came to the store a few times. He had already paid back all the Saint crystals he owed. After that, when he saw that Lin Ray still hadn't come out, he could only leave. However, this kind of interaction didn't stop. Although Lin Ray wasn't around, Lu Chengfeng and Lu Chengfeng were much more familiar with each other. Luckily, Lin Ray didn't know about this. If Lin Ray knew about this, Lu Chengfeng would probably lose a leg. Within the Nine Heavens store, in the concoction room, Lin Ray was still in the process of refining. After a month, the tea tray was finally completed. It was red in color and floated within the space of the cauldron. 2 mysterious runes were engraved on the sides of the tea tray. But when one looked at them, one could feel that the runes were ancient and mysterious. Thunder, Sunflower Sword Formation. This daddy swears that I won't do it again in this lifetime. Staring at the tea tray, Lin Ray couldn't help but grumble. During this period of time, Lin Ray felt more and more regret. Originally, he only wanted to refine a simple tea tray. Who would have thought that he would be tricked by the system into refining a second-grade Saint-rank tea tray? Originally, he could have completed this task in a few days. But now he only managed to complete a half-finished product after an entire month. This was the part that made him speechless the most. 9 swords of different attributes. Where was he going to find 9 different types of forging materials? He would be thankful if he could find 1 or 2 of them. Now there were 9 of them. Not bad, not bad. Your forging skills have improved. You've broken through to second-grade Saint-ranked. Congratulations. The little dragon's voice suddenly sounded. Well, congratulations. As long as you don't come up with any bad ideas. Rolling his eyes at the little dragon, Lin Ray reached out and grabbed the tea tray from the cauldron. A second-grade, Saint-ranked tea tray. Isn't this a little extravagant? Looking at the tea tray in his hand, Lin Ray muttered. Is it extravagant, isn't it? Lin Ray asked rhetorically. The little dragon shook his head and said, No, I don't think so. Isn't it just a second-grade, Saint-ranked tea tray? Is it necessary to make it look like a natural treasure? Rolling his eyes, he continued, In the future, when your realm increases, I'll give you a blueprint. That's something I've used in the past, and its grade is very good. Perhaps only by using that thing can you be considered as luxurious materials. Lin Ray was speechless. Lin Ray stopped talking. If he talked to the little dragon, he would be angered to death sooner or later. There was no other way. The little dragon's character was like that. He couldn't change it. He went out too. It's been so long. I don't know if someone went up to make trouble. Thinking of this, Lin Ray couldn't stay any longer. He knew that he had been here for a long time. In the territory of the Qing Xian Imperial Dynasty, he was afraid that someone would hurt his daughter for some benefits. Thinking of this, he put away the tea tray, turned around, and walked out. In the shop in front, Lu Chengfeng came again today. However, this time, Elder Qiong didn't follow him. During this period, he had basically become a regular customer of the shop. Therefore, no one stopped him from coming, and he didn't need anyone to receive him. He sat at the table and picked up the teacup to drink. Looking at the scene of people coming and going, Lu Chengfeng was envious. With such a booming business, the profits of the Wanbao shop during this period were probably equivalent to the profits of the Wanbao shop for decades. Chapter 1188. Han Yuan, when do you think your boss will come out? I've been here 7 or 8 times. Why haven't I seen him yet? What do you think your boss is doing? I haven't seen him since the day of the opening. Lu Qingfeng, who was bored to death, looked at the bustling scene with envy. But it was only envy, not extreme. I don't know. As his subordinates, it's not our place to ask about my boss's business, Han Yuan replied. Okay. Lu Qingfeng knew how Han Yuan would respond, but he still couldn't help asking. Therefore, Lu Qingfeng stopped asking. He was very curious about Linli, but he didn't ask for more details. By the way, do you have a marriage contract? Or someone you like in the immortal realm? Logically speaking, your miss is so beautiful. There should be a lot of suitors. Han Yuan was speechless. Finally, Han Yuan chose to ignore Lu Qingfeng's endless questions. That's right. He ignored him. He continued with his work as if he didn't hear anything. Lu Qingfeng didn't know that when he said that, Lin Rui had quietly appeared behind him. How dare this little guy covet my daughter? Looking at the back of Lu Qingfeng's head, Lin Rui really wanted to slap him to death. Who was his daughter? She was the princess of the entire Xuanzong sect. In other words, if he became his son-in-law, he would have the entire Xuanzong sect as his backing. In addition, he had many identities: a saint-level array master, a saint-level alchemist, a saint-level talisman master, and a saint-level equipment refiner. Moreover, he was the host of the Empyrean Xuanzong sect. Perhaps no one in the entire holy world, or even Hongmeng, was more noble than him. Boss, you've come out of seclusion? Just when Lin Rui was deep in thought, Hong Yuan's voice came from the front. Brother Lin? Hearing Hong Yuan's words, Lu Qingfeng turned his head. The moment he saw Lin Rui, he froze on the spot. Thinking about what he had just said, he felt extremely embarrassed. Brother Lin, I was just joking just now. I didn't mean to hit your daughter. There's no need to be nervous. Seeing that Lu Qingfeng wanted to explain, Lin Rui waved his hand and said indifferently, even if you want to pursue her, it depends on whether my daughter likes you or not. However, I have confidence in my daughter. She probably won't fall for you. Don't worry. As he spoke, he sat down and waved his hand to place the tea tray that he had refined in the past month on the table. Placing the tea set on the tray, he looked at Hong Yuan, who was bowing, and asked, "Get up. Did anything happen in the shop while I was away? Did the Emperor of the Qing Xian Empire send anyone to cause trouble? Or did the 4 major guilds send anyone to cause trouble?" Regarding these forces, he was most worried about the disciples of the royal family of Qing Xian. As for the 4 major guilds, as long as he revealed his identity and proved that he was a 1st or 2nd grade martial saint, they would have no reason to disrespect him. Boss, none of the people you mentioned appeared. However, the disciples of the 4 major guilds and the royal family bought a lot of elixirs, weapons, and talismans from our shop. During this period, the shop's income has exceeded the original target. And speaking of this, he looked at where the 4 major guilds were and said, during this period, many of the former customers of the 4 major guilds have come to our shop. It can be said that the number of customers from the 4 major guilds has increased by about 60%. Oh, is that so? This result surprised Lin Rui, but it was within his expectations. After all, he had the realm-breaking elixir that could help one to break through to the next realm. This elixir alone was in short supply for some sections. Moreover, all the families and royal families in the Qing Xian Empire needed powerful cultivators to support them. Well, boss, if this trend continues, I'm afraid we will offend some of the families and royal families in the Xianyuan Empire. What are you afraid of? Lin Rui didn't care about the royal families or aristocratic families that Han Yuan was talking about. If he offended them, then so be it. At worst, he would just kill them. If that didn't work, he would just close the shop and find a new place to wake up. However, this would depend on the royal family. With the realm-breaking elixir, he didn't believe that the royal family would dare to do this to him. Let's settle this matter here first. Go and count the elixirs, weapons, and talismans that are out of stock. Then, give me the list, and I will do it for you. Yes, boss. Han Yuan cupped his hands and left. Lu Qingfeng saw everything. He had sent a letter to his father regarding Linley's matter, and the final result was that he wanted to befriend Linley and asked the Nine Heavens shop to help him procure a batch of weapons. The weapons used by the sect were a little too low. If the weapons were changed to 9th grade divine weapons, the battle power would definitely increase by several levels. If he could obtain a suitable sacred artifact, the increase in his battle prowess would not be just a little bit. Dad, you finally exited your seclusion. Lin Xian's voice drifted over from the staircase. She rushed to Lin Rei in an instant and hugged Lin Rei without any scruples in front of others. She looked as if she was afraid that Lin Rei would leave if she let go. How old are you? Don't you see any outsiders around? You're a big girl. Why don't you know how to be reserved? As he spoke, he pulled her to a seat at the side and asked her to sit down. As for Lin Xian, upon hearing Lin Rei's words, she glanced at Lu Qingfeng as a smile appeared on her face. She waved her hands in greeting. Brother Qingfeng is here, too. Lin Rei, seeing his daughter greeting Lu Qingfeng with such a drastic change in tone, Lin Rei's eyes widened in disbelief. Heavens, what kind of words was this? He had only been in seclusion for a month. What in the world had happened in this 1 month? Why? He looked at his daughter before looking at Lu Qingfeng. With a look of wariness, he shifted his chair forward, separating the two of them. He was afraid that if this continued, his daughter would really be abducted by Lu Qingfeng. At that time, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. Lu. Looking at Lu Qingfeng, he subconsciously wanted to call him Brother Lu. But when he thought of how his daughter addressed Lu Qingfeng as elder brother, wouldn't it be a mess if he also addressed him as brother? Sir Lu, I wonder what business do you have here? I heard that Sir Lu has been here 7 to 8 times in a month. Could it be that there's something urgent that you need my help with? No. Brother Lin must be joking. I don't have anything urgent. I'm just bored and wanted to look for Brother Lin to drink some tea and have a chat. At the same time, I also wanted to pay a visit to Miss Xian. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.